Still on Facebook, huh? Screw you, Facebook. Shows how little you know politics.
Choose your destiny.
You can go left, or you go right. You can go forward, but never ever back.
I want to hear your thoughts.
Good evening, my little one. I shall make you psychotic.
Mommy, what does psychotic mean?
Come on, let's go. King Chaka ENT. Y'all can check out the music on Spotify, Apple, and other services.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? KCE, King Chaka.
Hey, how y'all doing out there? How y'all feel? Remember, an educated public cannot be controlled. Learn to be active. The views and events expressed here are totally whacked, not necessarily the views of anyone. ¿Cómo estás? ¿Podemos ayudarnos más? Sí se puede. How y'all feeling? How y'all feel out there? Feel pretty good. Feel pretty good today. And that's not an over exaggeration. I don't know. I'm having a little stomach bubbles, but other than that, I feel pretty good. The name of the show today is Prison World or World Prison. World Prison. What I've been thinking about with that is like, I don't know. Lately, I've been feeling like I'm stuck in like a loop. I feel like I'm stuck in a loop. It could just be me. You know, it's a couple TV shows I've been watching too, so like that could have an impact on it. But I just been thinking like, you know, what kind of a world? How would a prison look that had no walls? You know, how would a prison look that had no walls? You know, how would it be set up? You know, how would you do it? You know, could it be pulled off? You know, what would be the parameters for that to be the case? You know, it's just something to think about. It's a thought experiment. So y'all come with me down this road. You know, I think one of the ways would be the things that you see aren't reality, aren't real. Like you see things that scare you, that keep you in your place or whatever, keep you from moving around or keep you from venturing, experimenting, you know, going outside of your cage basically, because you perceive a threat, a horror, or something like that. But it's because everything that you can see, all of your view is tainted. So that is a a way you could do it. It would be getting in the way of your view, causing your view to be a certain way that makes you afraid, because fear is a good way to keep people in place. Like I saw this a long time ago. I saw this clip on the internet, and it was like an elephant, and the elephant was tied to one of those plastic lawn chairs, the rope around its leg, and tied to the plastic lawn chair. And as big old strong elephant, that that lawn chair is not holding him there, but he knows his leg has the rope on it, and he knows the rope is tied to something. So he perceives it as something that's binding him to that spot. So he doesn't even really resist. Like, he doesn't pull to find out that he actually could walk around and go wherever he wanted to. The rope around his leg tied to the plastic lawn chair is enough to keep him right there in place. But to get an elephant to that point, you would have to condition him in some kind of way to get to that point. You go through this process of hurting them, of tying them up, of doing all kinds of stuff, to them, mostly having to do with pain and fear and trauma, until you get to the point where you could tie him to a lawn chair and it works just fine. So I'm just thinking about humanity, and the idea of, civilization, the idea of being civil, the idea of living in cities, the idea of, what do they call it? Progression or whatever, living in the future, like modern times, and how much trauma, conditioning, and fear goes into keeping people kind of stuck in a loop and just paying their bills, going to work, repeat, and you get your little escapes. Even your escapes aren't real. Like, you watch TV shows and sitcoms, and you get stuck in sitcoms or whatever, and then you're waiting for the next show and all of this stuff. It kind of gives you something to look forward to. And then some of the shows, they get into your mind. Like, I was thinking about, like, I don't really watch ads. I avoid ads as much as possible, and I pay a lot of money to not see as few ads as possible throughout my day. And a certain way I live, certain things I do, is as a result of me trying to avoid these ads. But even the TV show itself, kind of has that same impact as an ad in a lot of ways. And like, within the shows, within the movies, you have ads. And so I just think that, we get lost in our loops. And that's the idea that I'm losing myself. The world prison thing, I guess I'll come back to it because I got distracted and my brain just got fried. So forgive me, y'all. Can y'all hear me? Let me check. Can y'all hear me? Okay. Yeah, so I got lost. I'm sorry. Forgive me. We'll come back to that. I was watching this show called Silo. It got me thinking about it. This other show called Severance. Thinking about how, living in a prison and not even knowing it. Pretty scary to be in a prison. How do you escape from a prison that you don't even know is there? Like, and there's no walls. It'd be pretty difficult to escape that. You don't even know you're in a prison. How could you escape if you don't even know you're in a prison? Anyways, I apologize for being late. I was moving around and doing a bunch of stuff, and one thing happens after another, and it leads to me coming on late. So I apologize. I don't know where the guys are. Hopefully, we'll get some visitors in here. 1 second. Let me send a text. Yeah, I don't know where everybody is. Check this out right here. So let's look at this. Am I sharing? Yes. It says Sanders unveils bill to force Pentagon to pass an audit or return part of its budget. The Pentagon and the military industrial complex have been plagued by a massive amount of waste, fraud, and financial management for decades. That is absolutely unacceptable. It says a bipartisan group of lawmakers led by Senator Bernie Sanders introduced legislation Wednesday that would require the Pentagon to return a portion of its enormous and ever-growing budget to the Treasury Department if it fails another audit in the coming fiscal year. The Pentagon Act, an undated version of legislation first introduced in 2021, comes amid mounting concerns over rampant price gouging by military contractors and other forms of waste and abuse at an agency that's set to receive at least $842 billion for fiscal year 2024. The Pentagon and the military industrial complex have been plagued by massive waste, fraud, and financial mismanagement for decades. This is absolutely unacceptable, Sanders, Independent Vermont, said in a statement as he unveiled the bill alongside Senator Chuck Grassley, Republican Iowa. If we're serious about spending taxpayer dollars wisely and effectively, said Sanders, we have got to end the absurdity of the Pentagon being the only agency in the federal government that has never passed an independent audit. In December, the Pentagon flunked its fifth consecutive audit, unable to account for more than 60% of its $3.5 trillion in total assets. But congressional appropriations appear largely unfazed as they prepare to raise the agency's budget to record levels, with some working to increase it beyond the top line set by the recently approved debt ceiling agreement. Watchdogs have warned that the deal includes a loophole that hawkish lawmakers could use to further inflate the Pentagon budget under the guise of aiding Ukraine. Late Wednesday, following a lengthy markup session, the House Armed Services Committee passed its version of the National Defense Authorization Act and proposed a total military budget of $886 billion. Representative Ro Khanna, Democrat California, was the only committee member to vote no. A huge chunk of the Pentagon's budget for next year is likely to go to profitable private contractors, which make a killing charging the federal government exorbitant sums for weapons and miscellaneous items, from toilet seats to ashtrays to coffee makers. This is super interesting to me. Like, I've been screaming for the longest. Like, we had this whole thing with the debt ceiling and all the arguments, and then they're always talking about spending, and they're like spending. We got to get the spending under control. They're like, we spent a bunch of money during the pandemic and all of this, tax cuts. We did tax cuts. We did spending. And they're like, we need to dig into these social programs, veterans benefits, SNAP, food assistance programs, and get the spending under control so that we can be more fiscally responsible and be responsible related to the debt. And I'm like, okay, that's fair. But if you really want to focus on the spending and get the spending under control, then look at the areas where you're spending the most, the biggest pieces of the pie, and make cuts there. Well, one of the biggest, if not the biggest, is the spending related to the military. Okay, so you got Bernie Sanders introducing this bill. It's clearly bipartisan because they said it was a Republican on there who's backing it also. And so they're saying, hey, these guys haven't passed an audit The last 4 or 5 audits, they haven't passed them. They've lost money. You know, they recently in the news, there's been stuff about, you know, them overinflating the amount of money related to what they were giving to Ukraine, so forth and so on. And then weapons are getting lost. Money is getting lost as far as the amount that they're paying for things is more than what it should be, and all of this stuff. So that's been in the news. So then that's a perfect timing for this bill to come out, because people are kind of, you know, aware of it because they've been talking about it. So like I said, if you really care about the spending, then you need to look at this. These guys won't pass an audit, so they're coming out with this bill. They're saying, okay, well, if next time we do an audit, if they don't pass it, then they need to give some money back. What did it say? They have to give some of the money back and other things, and cut their budget. And I think that's fair. It's only fair. Everybody has to pass audits. They do audits all the time. Everyone gets audited. So you mean to tell me that the American taxpayer people get audited by the IRS and they have to pay all this money back or whatever? They did fraud, or maybe they just didn't misfile their taxes or something. They overinflated things or whatever. And they hired all of these new IRS agents to go out and freaking find the missing money, if you will. So, you know, the American taxpayer, the regular folks, we can't be off a couple grand on our taxes, or they're going to come down hard on us. And then you got the damn military industrial complex can be missing trillions of dollars and have no repercussions, you know? So then a lot of people are going to be like, it's kind of like the back the blue people who don't want to say anything bad about the military or whatever. Like, I don't care what side you are. Like, if you're a Republican, Democrat, Independent, you know, wherever you are, if you're a patriot or you're just a regular taxpaying person, all of y'all should care about this. It's coming out of your pocket. So you're okay with these people just like losing money, not being able to pass an audit, you know? You're okay with that? Like, you're just going to back them up on it? Because it's like, okay, well, they're fighting for our freedom. And that's what people are going to say. They're fighting for our freedom. So, you know, give them as much money as they want. Raise their budget. Give them more money so they can keep us safe. Well, okay, so they're going out there and keeping you safe, but we don't know where they're spending the money on. They keep losing money. They can't track their money. So can't they keep the American people safe and keep track of their money at the same time? Like, this is a lot of money. It's coming out of the pockets of you and me. But you're okay with that? I think it's crazy. It's crazy talk to not have a problem with that. Like, I don't care where you are on this topic. You should not be happy about them losing trillions of dollars. So you're going to be mad at people getting food stamps that they're not supposed to, but not mad at these people losing $1 trillion. You're going to be mad at people getting their student loans forgiven, but not be mad at these people losing $1 trillion. You're going to be mad at veterans getting benefits. You're going to be mad at, I don't know, some other kind of social program, freaking free lunch and all of this. You're going to focus on that and be mad about that, but you're not going to be mad about this is trillions of dollars over here. Okay? Now, that's where our priorities need to be. Our priorities need to be in order. So if you're going to chase these pennies over here, or are you going to chase these billions over here? Like, this person over here needs to be audited and cuts need to be made. How many cuts can you make to, like, they're talking about going after Social Security now. You know what I mean? How many cuts can you make to these social programs? You know, and how much money is you actually saving? How much money are you actually saving cutting those social programs? How much money would you actually be saving if you forced the military industrial complex to pass an audit? And not be giving out money to their buddies, these independent contractors, big fat cats. It's always been this way, though. This is not a new thing. So, I mean, I'm probably just wasting my breath, because who's to say? Like, will this actually, did they say it passed? No. So, who's to say that this even passes? Like, it probably won't, because there's a theme with our country related to black ops and, so who's funding those black ops? Where's the money coming for that stuff? All these secret behind the scenes type of things. Like, whenever they talk about like $1 trillion being missing, then that money could be going for that. All of this stuff that's off the books. These operations that are not on the books. And then somebody could whisper something in someone's ear and be like, hey, you don't know what you're doing. You're fucking up. This is how we keep y'all safe. We can't tell y'all about how we spend all the money, because if we did, then that would put service members in danger or whatever, whatever. So like I said, it's probably a pointless, but that's one thing I like about Bernie, is because he be trying to do stuff that's like impossible. And this is one of those Mission Impossibles right here. Let me read some comments. This one says, military industrial complex needs an audit, its budget cut half, and the gradual reduction. A congressional hearing is due where military and corporation executives need to answer to misconduct, mismanagement, and corruption. Hence, prosecutions and jail time is recommended for crimes against the American people. Shame. I completely agree with that. Hold on 1 second. I want to post that in the comments. All right. Another comment that says, yes, please. Another comment that says, in December, the Pentagon flunked the 5th consecutive audit, unable to account for more than 60% of its $3.5 trillion in total assets. So, and then it's got a link to a article. So 60% of 3.5 trillion. I mean, my math is not that good, but that's more than half. So I'm going to say like 1.5, almost 2 trillion. So almost $2 trillion of its budget, 60%, more than half, it couldn't account for. More than half. Is that how much Black Ops is going on? Now, I think that some of it is probably that, and some of it may be going towards things, I mean, hypothetically, quote unquote, going to things that's protecting the American people. But 60%, that's a lot. So that's more than half of the budget is going to Black Ops to protect the people. That's hard for me to believe. That's very hard for me to believe. It's more likely that these are fat cat, independent contractor, my buddy contracts that you're giving to people to probably do nothing, overcharging, because the money is coming out of nowhere. It's just like getting printed. So it's just like a freaking free for all for people to get rich. You hook up your buddy, and one hand washes the other. You look out for me and I look out for you type of thing, because a lot of times I be talking about these government jobs. A lot of them don't pay very well, as far as like, I'm talking about like if you're working within like political positions, politics. Even the president doesn't get paid that much. It's like $600,000 or whatever. Like that might sound like a lot, but to be the president of the United States, that's like the amount of money that his pen can deal with is huge. So, and then he's only getting paid $600,000. So, but that's at the high end. And when you go down to the lower offices, the money gets small. So, and I was looking at that one time because I was looking at local positions in politics and looking at how much they get paid. And a lot of these people have to have a second job because otherwise they won't be able to pay their bills and live comfortably. So, but then there goes a opportunity for conflict of interest, because when you're in a position of authority in the politics, you're a political figure and you make decisions that can hurt or help certain businesses, then and at the same time you're not making that much money in that position, then what is your incentive to work that job? What is your incentive to work that job if you're not even making that much money and you have to work a side job to make enough money to pay your bills? So that incentivizes, in corruption is what it does, for you to do side hustles, that makes you make money out of your position. You be like, hey, I can make this legislation come down and hurt your business really bad, or you could chuck me a couple of dollars or give me a couple favors or whatever, and I won't do it, and I won't have, that'll be my side hustle. Y'all get it? And that's just on a small level. You go all the way up and things get super heavy, related to money laundering, related to the cartel, related to drugs, legal drugs and illegal drugs, human trafficking, even like going in other countries and taking their gold, natural resources. What is their incentive to have these jobs in politics? Why do they want to do it? It's because they really care? Is that why they're doing it? Let me read this comment. It says, call it the great refund from piss poor quality and waste of taxpayer money. Meanwhile, I'm barely scraping by and they get a slap on the wrist for losing trillions. Let us lose a couple thousand. You know what I'm saying? Let our freaking audit, let the IRS audit us. And they find that we mismanaged some amount of money. We go to jail. We have to pay money back. We get in trouble. These guys can just freaking lose money and nothing happens. Another comment says, give him hell, Bernie. Damn. I guess he really isn't a real Democrat. Well, he's an independent. He ran as a Democrat because that would have been his best way to get into office back when he ran for president, but he's always been an independent. Let me read this one. It says, the IRS will stalk and destroy poor people for a couple $100s, but these folks lose trillions and nothing but crickets. That's exactly what I just said. It says, this one says, oh, hell yeah, this better pass. I doubt it. I really do doubt it. Let me read another one. It says, in December, the Pentagon flunked a 5th consecutive audit. Oh, I already read that. Anyways, it would be nice, but I don't see it. I really don't. That's why I am the way that I am. I don't have much faith in it. I used to get all into politics and stuff and be all like voting and like feeling like my vote makes a difference and all of this stuff. And the more that I've learned about politics, the more I realize that it's not set up for average folks, like regular folks, to really have an impact on it. You think they really want you to have some say in what the hell they're doing? Like it annoys you. It's kind of like if you tell a police officer, hey, I pay your salary. That ain't going to do nothing but piss him off. That's like the worst thing to say to a police officer. And it's like that with our politicians. It's the same way, they're not going to say anything but they're burning up on the inside because it's like, you're a fucking idiot. You don't know how this thing works. This system don't care about you as an individual. Your little old vote or your little old couple of dollars that comes out of your taxes. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. So, the system rolls on and things go the way that they go. It's like, people who have more influence or people that have more money, people that have certain kinds of statuses, people that are in government, and a lot of it is like I say, my buddy, friends and family, And it's a big charade. These people all go to school. Their kids go to school, go to the same schools. They hang out with each other when they're in the legislative session and they're all arguing on some shit. After that, they go to the bar and have a drink together. While we out here about to stab each other and gouge each other's eyes out. Anyways, call me crazy. Call me crazy for not having much faith in it. I haven't voted in a national election in years. I haven't voted for a president in years. Really long time. Damn, I lost half these stories because I freaking was talking. I should have went faster. Oh, well, let's do this one. So, for some reason, the story related to the submersible that was looking at the Titanic wreckage, for some reason that went completely viral and was on every freaking news station. So, like I was complaining about last week about the about all of the Trump stuff was on every damn news station. Now this week has been this missing sub has been on every station, and it's been wall to wall coverage, like no other news story. Nothing else is happening in the world that's important. It really, really makes me sad. I mean, it's unfortunate that these people died. It came out yesterday that they died. They found the wreckage. That's really unfortunate. But I don't understand how people can be manipulated into what they're supposed to care about, like all the other things that's happening in the world. People dying left and right, here and there, for multiple reasons. You got people who can't pay their medical bills because we have this for-profit system that is it's evil. And it's like, basically, if you have enough money, you can live. If you don't, then you just die. Even though we have all the equipment, all the abilities and drugs and everything available to save you, we won't do it unless you pay us enough money, like a lot of money. Like, go ahead and put your house up for sale. Go ahead and tap your children's college fund. Go ahead and tap your savings and ask everybody for money. And hopefully, you can build up enough to pay for these procedures. And if not, die. And that's just one example. I mean, it's lots of things going on that I would think that would be a little more like tragic, than some, rich guys going to go see the Titanic and their submersible imploding and them not making it. I'm not saying, that I don't care about these people or whatever. What I'm saying is that it's like the media tells you what to really care about. So it's like, look at this and care about this. Don't look at that and don't care about that. So then what's the difference between this and that? Is it because these people are wealthy? Is it because of their skin tone? What is it? Why should I care so much about this person dying versus this guy over here? So, and the whole internet is, so upset about these people dying. It's like 5 guys who passed away, Check this one out. This is a ship holding 700 migrants. It sinks in Greek waters. This happened the same week. Let's read it. It says, according to ABC News, an overcrowded boat of about 750 passengers sunk in Greek waters. The boat was attempting to smuggle humans from Libya to Italy in hopes for a better life. Occupants were asked to pay the smugglers between $5,000 and $8,000 for a spot on the boat. 104 were rescued and 82 bodies were recovered. The remaining are still missing and presumed drowned. Nearly 36 individuals have been arrested in connection with this case. Human rights activists are furious that the world is not shining more light on this horrifying tragedy and seems more focused on the missing submersible instead. Judith Sunderland, Associate Director of Human Rights Watch, Europe and Central Asia Division, said the willingness to allow certain people to die while every effort is made to save others, it's a, really dark reflection on humanity. So, just the numbers alone, 5 guys here, 700. So, like, how many did they say made it? 104 were rescued. So that's it. They recovered 82 bodies. So out of 700, 104 were rescued. So that leaves 596, right? My math is wrong. 596 people who died, most likely, versus 5 guys who died. So that those guys are rich, so we should care about them. These guys are immigrants, poor immigrants, so we shouldn't care about them. It's another story where it was a situation very similar to this one, where they let the people die. Like, they saw the boat coming or whatever and having trouble, and they just watched them drown, like, slowly, and didn't intervene. It was, I don't remember where it was at. I don't want to say the wrong thing, and this happened recently. It was like earlier this week. So it's like, I guess you shouldn't care. You don't have to care for them because they're migrants, and then they were trying to do something illegal. So then you could call them criminals too. So they're criminals and they're migrants. So even if it's 596 of them, it's more important for you to care about these 5 guys who died in the submersible. And somebody tell you this story right here, almost 600 people died in a boat trying to get somewhere, and you're like, well, they were migrants and they were trying to get in illegally or whatever. So, man. What kind of world do we live in? What kind of world do we live in when they tell you what to care about and you listen to them? A lot of people say it was a distraction. Like, the whole reason why they were talking about the submersible so much was just to distract you from other things. And this thing right here may be one of the things that they were trying to distract you from and get you caught up in this horrible story and get you all emotionally wound up. And meanwhile, you're missing all the rest of the other stuff that's going on. Let me read some comments. This is Chakabar's. I might go to his page after this. He said, what we really should be talking about. Another comment says, oh, that's Capadonna. He says, more signs that the world is closing in on us. Shaking my head. Another comment, it says, wow, that was a major distraction. These are our blue checks here. This was posted by the Shade Room. I wonder, if they push these comments up because they're like celebrities? I don't know. Why are they at the top? Let me see. Shoot, I suck at this. Yeah, all of these at the top are celebrities. Pete Rock says, Jesus. Kelly Rowland said, this is heartbreaking. Another comment, it says, we really need to be fair in telling all stories. You should be priority because you should be priority because you're rich. I think she meant to say you shouldn't be. Another comment says, also talk about the 30 plus black kids that's been gone missing in Ohio since May. Another comment, it says, the parallels, rich people on the Titanic mostly lived, poor people died. Rich people went to see the Titanic and had all the resources coming to them while poor people died. Despicable displays of humanity transcends generations. I guess nothing has changed. Another comment, it says, they didn't have enough money. That's why it wasn't all over the news. Another comment said, what about the 30 black kids missing since May in Ohio? Our black and brown babies don't mean a MF thing to this world, and it's heartbreaking. Another comment says, one death is a tragedy, a million deaths is a statistic. Another comment says, look like something from a history book, OMG. Another comment says, they was poor on the boat, so OFC, it doesn't have that much attention. The world don't care about broke people, unfortunately. Another comment says, the fact y'all saying the immigrants going missing is okay because they knew it was illegal or deplorable. Laws are man-made, all by white men at that. Coming to another country to live should not be a crime. People used to travel the world, no passport, no papers, none of that nonsense. The laws set in place are bull, to say the least. I feel more empathy going missing, searching for a better life, than I do a bunch of millionaires going missing on an excursion. Yeah, you used to be able to move around. Like earlier, I was talking about the world prison. There goes another example of it, because you used to be able to travel around from country to country, and this passport thing is kind of a new, and that hasn't been around for a long time. Now, there was negative consequences related to them not knowing who these people are, and that kind of helps criminals in a certain way. But trying to rein in criminals or whatever, then the good suffers with the bad. Now all of us have restrictions on our passports and all of this stuff, and you can't even move around, there goes another example of a world prison. It says, now this is a real tragedy, but why in the world would they have a boat overcrowded like that? Well, I guess you don't understand people being in a desperate position and really wanting to desperately get away from where they were at. They knew that they were like risking their life. They knew that this was dangerous, but they felt like the risk was worth it because they were desperate. They was in desperate conditions where they were at. So they wanted a chance to not be desperate. So a lot of these people knew that they could die doing this, but the chance of death was worth it for them. Anyways, I need to give my voice a break here. Give me a second. I'm probably going to talk about that a little bit more. I don't want to spend a bunch of time on it because everyone's been talking about it. Like every freaking news source has been covering it. So just wanted to give my little piece on it. How people are manipulated emotionally. Y'all are manipulated and controlled, and you don't even know it. So outraged at Bud Light, Target, or whatever. Now the next thing is this. They're telling you what you should be upset about.
Now, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. President Biden welcomed Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi to the White House Thursday, praising a new era in U.S.-Indian relations on Modi's second day of a lavish visit to the U.S. that's been condemned by human rights advocates. The two leaders announced a series of new initiatives, including a landmark deal for General Electric to build military jet engines in India. Modi delivered a speech to a joint session of Congress, was later feted at a state dinner with the president and the First Lady, Jill Biden. In a rare occurrence, Modi accepted questions from journalists during a news conference with President Biden. Wall Street Journal reporter Sabrina Siddiqui, who is Muslim, pressed Modi on human rights concerns and asked him what steps he's taking to improve the rights of Muslims and other minorities in India and press freedom there. It's believed to be the first question Modi took from a journalist at a news conference since 2015.
We have always proved that democracy can deliver. And when I say deliver, this is regardless of caste, creed, religion, or gender. There's absolutely no space for discrimination.
In Sudan, residents
Whatever.
began fleeing the southwestern city of Kadugli Thursday as a new front opened between Sudan's army and the rebel group known as the Sudan People's Liberation.
Wait. He said there's no room. What did he say? There's no room for discrimination or something like that? Or ask the Muslims. Ask the Muslims in his country, you know? Let me go back. What did he say?
Religion, or gender. There's absolutely no space for discrimination.
So ask the women of your country, you know? Ask the Muslims that are there, that have been there for centuries, you know? Are you being truthful and honest? You know, are you being genuine? Lord, it really gets under my skin, bro. Like when I hear these people talk like this, because go look up Modi, go look him up. He's not really a nice guy, and he's not, you know, fair to certain groups. You know what I mean? He's talking like that. They all do it, but it really just burns me up to hear him talk like that. Like you don't have no integrity, bro.
In Sudan, residents began fleeing the southwestern city of Kadugli Thursday as a new front opened between Sudan's army and the rebel group known as the Sudan People's Liberation Movement North. Sudan's army says fighters with the group broke a long-standing ceasefire agreement this week and attacked Sudanese military units. In the capital Khartoum, heavy fighting continues between Sudan's army and the rival paramilitary Rapid Support Forces. Elsewhere, activists say they've identified 500 bodies across the city of El Geneina, the capital of Sudan's western Darfur region. Witnesses say thousands more bodies remain uncollected in the city's streets after paramilitaries and allied Arab militias stepped up attacks on non-Arab residents of the region. Aid workers say tens of thousands of people fleeing the violence for neighboring Chad have also faced violence and sexual assault. Laura Locastro, the UN Refugee Agency's representative in Chad, spoke to refugees who survived the journey.
They described terrifying scenes in which everyone had to flee for their lives. There were massacres, and as they fled, they sometimes unfortunately had to leave behind little children who couldn't run. People were injured, and the elderly.
Authorities in Greece have rescued 145 migrants who are found stranded on an island in the Evros River on the Greek-Turkish border. Thursday's rescue came as shocking details continued to emerge about how Greek Coast Guard officials failed to save hundreds of migrants who drowned last week after their overcrowded fishing vessel sank off the Greek coast. El País reports Greek authorities were tracking the ship for more than 12 hours, never activated a rescue operation even after the ship's engine broke down. In the Atlantic Ocean, rescue crews have called off a multinational, multi-million-dollar operation to locate 5 people aboard the missing Titan submersible after debris from the vehicle was discovered Thursday near the wreckage of the Titanic. Engineers say the sub's operator, OceanGate, failed to properly account for design failures in the submersible, which was never certified to withstand the crushing pressures of the deep ocean. It's believed the sub's pilot, OceanGate CEO Stockton Rush, died instantly along with 4 passengers who paid $250,000 each for the adventure. This is Rush speaking in a 2022 documentary by a Mexican filmmaker.
I'd like to be remembered as an innovator. I think it was General MacArthur said, "You're remembered for the rules you break." And, I've broken some rules to make this. I think I've broken them with logic and good engineering behind me. The carbon fiber and titanium, there's a rule you don't do that. Well, I did.
The Wall Street Journal reports a top-secret U.S. Navy acoustic detection system designed to spot enemy submarines heard what the U.S. Navy suspected was the Titan submersible implosion just hours after it began its voyage.
So we just covered this, but look how much time Democracy Now! Spent on the submersible story versus the migrants who was killed. Look, it's a blip on here when I scroll through here. It's a blip. The submersible is all of this time. So it's like, what is this? Like 30 seconds, more than that, more than 30 seconds on that one. And then maybe what? It looks like 10 seconds on the other one. Yeah, about 10 seconds on the migrants dying in the Greece waters, and about 30 seconds on the thing. So, there goes another way you can measure this kind of thing. And like, I watch Democracy Now, but at the same time, there's certain things about Democracy Now I don't like, the way they cover the war, the way they've been covering Ukraine is not very good. And, they cover other things not very good. It's one of the better news sources, though, I would say. That's the reason why I watch it. And it also gives me ideas of other things to look up because it's like world news. She does, this is the show I watch of Democracy Now! I don't really watch all of their stuff, but I like to catch her overall headline show because it goes around the world and does like the world headlines. And it gives me stuff to look up. That's what I really use it for. It's a resource to something that I didn't see because if you stay on the local news, if you stay on the like whatever country you're in's news, then you end up in a box, you end up in a bubble, and then you don't even see all of this other stuff. So they touch on a lot of stuff around the world, and it allows me to like go and dig into that. So that's what I use it for. But here goes an example of what I'm saying about this, like people caring about them more than others. And this, even Democracy Now, just by their coverage showed you what was more important to them, because this little this overall news that they do here, it's only 9 minutes long for the whole thing, and she dedicated a huge chunk of it for that.
Climate news. Beijing is suffering its warmest June heat wave on record, with high temperatures in the Chinese capital Thursday climbing above 41 degrees Celsius or 106 degrees Fahrenheit. Its hottest June day since records began. In Mexico, a searing heat wave has driven record demand for electricity, with reports of blackouts in a dozen states this week. The extreme heat extends into the United States, where parts of Texas and other southern states face excessive heat warnings into next week. This comes as smoke from massive wildfires continues to trigger air pollution warnings in Canada and parts of the U.S., with unhealthy air quality forecast for Chicago and much of Wisconsin today. The Union of Concerned Scientists reports half the U.S. population has faced an extreme weather alert so far this year. Meanwhile, a new study published in the journal Nature Sustainability finds Earth's ecosystems are degrading from global heating even more rapidly than previously thought, with 1 in 5 ecosystems, including the Amazon rainforest, at risk of passing a crucial tipping point by the end of the century. In Mexico, human rights advocates are demanding justice for 2 environmentalists assassinated in separate attacks in the state of Mexico earlier this month. Alvaro Arvizu and Cuauhtemoc Marquez were forest and water defenders who fought against extractivism in the region. Marquez, who was also a beekeeper, was shot dead near his home on June 12th. The day later, Arvizu died after being brutally assaulted by a group of unknown assailants with what appeared to be an axe. Mexico continues to be one of the deadliest countries for environmentalists in the world. The government of France has ordered the shutdown of the direct action environmental group Earth Uprising, wielding powers it previously used to outlaw far-right movements. The order came after the French Interior Minister accused Earth Uprising of carrying out eco-terrorism at several recent high-profile protests. The group responded in a statement, quote, "Trying to silence Earth Uprising is a vain attempt to break the thermometer instead of worrying about the temperature," unquote. The crackdown drew criticism from Swedish climate activist Greta Thunberg, who spoke Thursday from Paris.
All over the world, we're experiencing this, not the least, for example, here in France, just the other day, that activists are being systemically targeted with repression and are paying the price for defending life and for the right to protest.
Greta Thunberg was speaking at this week's Summit for a New Global Financial Pact in Paris, where climate activists are demanding world leaders mobilize trillions of dollars to finance a transition to clean energy and a loss and damage fund to help the Global South deal with the worst effects of the climate catastrophe they did not cause. This is Inés Grace, a youth climate activist from Rwanda.
We have recently seen the flooding in Italy, the wildfire in Canada, but the developing world is hit the hardest because they have the least resources to cope. For countries like mine, Business as usual is a death sentence.
Back in the United States, the Supreme Court has ruled against the Navajo Nation over claims the federal government has failed in its duty to address the tribe's water rights. Writing for the majority in Thursday's 5-4 ruling, Justice Brett Kavanaugh ruled the 1868 treaty that established the Navajo Reservation said nothing about an affirmative duty for the United States to secure water. The court's 3 liberal justices, joined by Neil Gorsuch in dissent, writing that the government has a duty to properly manage the water it holds for the tribe. Thousands of Navajo Nation members lack access to running water in their homes, even though the Colorado River runs along the northwestern border of their reservation. And in New York.
So she didn't spend much on this one. I wanted to cover this too. I'm glad she touched this. I didn't even watch this. I didn't have a chance to, so I didn't know what was going to be in here. But that's a story that I wanted to cover, and kind of tied with a lot of these. There's a couple of other 5-4 Supreme Court things that have come down, and I was wondering who is the guy who's switching, because you know that the Supreme Court is kind of made up 6-3. It's 6 conservative, 3 liberals. So it was Neil Gorsuch in this particular one. She said that jumped sides and joined the minority opinion on this. But this one is interesting because the treaty. So Kavanaugh said that the treaty that they signed didn't have anything to do with water protections or whatever. So that's the reason why. That sounds like a lot of bull s to me. I mean, I have some more stuff on this particular story. I'm gonna come back to this story, but their water, them having clean water. I mean, so they don't deserve to have clean water. Basically, is what you're saying, right? It's not up to us to make sure that they have clean water. So it's like we can throw pollution and we can throw oil and stuff in the rivers that we know that they're using. We don't have any obligation to not pollute their water.
Immigration advocates have vowed to keep fighting after New York Assembly Speaker Carl Heastie refused to hold a vote on legislation that would have allowed undocumented people to enroll in New York's essential plan, government-subsidized health insurance under the Federal Affordable Care Act. The Coverage for All bill had passed the state Senate earlier this month. Both chambers are controlled by Democrats. Nearly 500,000 New Yorkers are currently excluded from Medicaid and the essential plan health care coverage due to their immigration status. To see our interview with New York Assembly member Jessica Gonzalez Rojas, who sponsored the bill, go to democracynow.org. And those are some of the headlines.
That last story I hadn't heard about. That's interesting. I have to think about that for a minute. But I think, this is what a lot of people were afraid of when it came to immigrants or whatever. And it's like, if they haven't done the process to become a citizen, a lot of people feel like they don't deserve to have the benefits of being a citizen. And one of them is stuff like Medicaid, Medicare, so forth and so on. So that's interesting. So did they say that passed? Hold on, let me take it back. Did they say it passed?
Are controlled by Democrats. Nearly 500,000 New York's essential plan, government-subsidized health insurance under the Federal Affordable Care Act. The Coverage for All bill had passed the state Senate earlier this month. Both chambers are controlled by Democrats. Nearly 500,000 New Yorkers are currently excluded from Medicaid and the essential plan health care coverage due to their immigration status. To see our interview with...
It said it passed the state. Does that mean that it's going to be... So, but then it's only a state deal. But how could that be if it's going to be, the funds are going to be federal funds? I don't know. I'd have to look at that some more, because that might just be them talking you know what I mean? Kind of tokenism, that they love to, the Democrats love tokenism. So to appear that they did something, to pretend to care, looking ass. They love to spoon feed and gaslight, and they love tokenism. Let me read a couple comments underneath this. video, see if there's any interesting here. The first comment, it says, the juxtaposition of the hundreds of migrants unnecessarily drowning off the coast of Greece with the Herculean amount of effort and resources used to rescue those 5 rich folks on that sub speak glaringly about our values and about capitalism. So yeah, they did waste a whole bunch of money searching for this sub, millions of dollars. And that's crazy, and the people were probably gone days and days ago. I saw a report that said that, what was it? The Navy, they heard the explosion or whatever. But maybe they didn't know what it was coming from or whatever. I mean, one of the things that really kind of bothers me is how like different government, they don't communicate with each other very well. It's kind of like the police agencies, like they don't compete. They compete with each other and they don't share information and they don't like, it's like that within the government agencies, like, the different agencies don't communicate very well with each other. Like, why is that the case? Why can't we have, communication is like the most important thing. If you was in a war and you were fighting a war, the most important thing would be communications, very quick, and thorough, and across the board, everybody being able to communicate clearly and hear each other so that they can coordinate things. Our systems are not that way. It's crazy. Like I say, the different police agencies don't communicate. The different government agencies don't communicate. The different branches of the military don't communicate. Why is it that way? That's not that. It causes them to not be, as effective as they could be if they could just communicate better with each other. But their egos, their freaking arrogance, Let me read another comment. It says, thank you, Amy. Our precious animals, especially sea creatures, are in peril. Another comment, it says, real shame for Modi to be invited. I'm surprised he allowed questions from reporters since he silences them in his country. I'm going to go back to the Modi thing, too. I think I have some stuff on that. Let me read another one. It says, thank you so much, one and all at Free Speech, for your hard work and dedication to bring truth to the masses. I fear far too many people are unaware of the real issues that plague our planet. They just don't care, if not directly affected in a large way. Please keep up the good work. I'm praying for you folks. Namaste. Let me read another one. It says, the company needs to pay full costs of search and recovery plus a fine. What are they talking about with that one? Another comment, it says, I wish I could live long enough to see Greta Thunberg grow into a mature woman. I see power in her. I find hope in considering her possibilities. Man, the whole Greta Thunberg thing, I think is I hate to be this way, and I want to be careful about how I say this, but, global warming is real. It really is real. The storms, everything is intensifying. You see it all around you. The evidence is there. It's hard to argue with that. Like I was saying, though, the argument is was it actually human brought on, or is it like a natural fluctuation that happens for the earth? Regardless of what the answer is to those two questions, to that question, we have to deal with it and find a way to survive through this. But I think what's happening with this is like, so you have a lot of people who fund these activism type stuff that happens. And sometimes it really has a good heart with it to try to draw attention to certain things. But sometimes I think that it doesn't. It's like, not real. You know, it doesn't have an intention that it seems like it has an intention for. You know, there's an ulterior agenda that's going on with this, related to, mostly it's related to money. You know, because regardless, a lot of money has to be spent for us to be more prepared and to be able to deal with the consequences of climate change. But you have a lot of people who see opportunities to get rich off of it. So it's kind of like the new oil is stuff related to climate change. You know, it's a huge opportunity to get rich. You know, if you can position yourself in a good place, because it's going to be money flooding in, you know. And then if you could pretend that you care about the people, like one of the comments that they made was about the global South, and they're like, okay, so like the global South are the ones that hurt the most, you know, and then they don't have the resources to protect themselves or whatever. And that is all true. But will that money, those trillions of dollars or whatever, if they can allocate them, will they actually go to help, you know, global South countries? You know, that's the thing. That's the thing. I don't have much faith in that. You know, I think that if you used the money to build certain things, you know, to make countries, different areas more able to withstand the effects of climate change, you know, I think that would be a good thing. But I just don't think that that's what they're going to do, or even planning to do, or have an intention to do. You know, as far as the renewable energy type deal, I'm all for it, you know. But again, I think that's another one of those situations where they are pretending. You know, we've had technology for the longest that we could have been using, that could have been like free energy for all, basically. But with the system that we live under, that's the reason why I don't have faith in it, because the system that we live under is all about profit. So if you could make energy out of thin air or just from the sun, and it'd be enough energy to do all the things that you needed to do, then why would you pay a light bill? You know, if you had flowing water that you could tap into and send through your pipes and take a shower and wash your dishes with it, why would you pay a water bill? You know, if you could like build your home, and it wasn't like property rights that forces you to have to pay someone else to live, then why would you pay rent? And these are systems that the system relies on that. They rely on the fact that people can be sold on scarcity and really believe it, and that, you know, to be able to have water, to be able to have lights, you know, to be able to have a home or an apartment that's safe and secure and, you know, sanitary, that you have to pay. Not only do you have to pay, but you have to pay every month until you die. You know, as long as we have a system like that, I don't see them being, you know, really honest about these things that they're saying. I was pausing a lot because I was trying to be really careful with the words I chose for that. Let's see. Common decency. Another comment. It says, common decency demands clean water for all citizens, most of all those from whom the land was stolen. R.P. Jack Kochais. Telling you, man, clean water. They don't deserve to have clean water. 5-4 decision. The Supreme Court has been on fire, man. They've been doing so many. it's really a trip because the Supreme Court usually doesn't get so many. They don't usually get so many cases seen and they come out with them, the decisions. But they've been on fire, man. They've been doing so many. They've been rolling. And I don't think many people are really paying attention, you guys. Who's ever out there listening, if you're in the United States, pay a little bit more attention to the Supreme Court because it's been a lot going on in the last few years. A lot. Another comment says, in Sudan, both sides are fighting a proxy war over military bases. Big powers are arming opposite sides. Really, really sad. It's the same old story. And then the regular folks are the ones who suffer. Same thing happening in Ukraine. Same thing happening in Yemen. You know, same story. Really sad. Let me read some more. It says, no matter how well intentioned some have for a better world, nothing will change the course of this tragic human way of profits and commodities, and everyone likes it deep inside. It's basically what I just said, but more concise. Everyone likes it. And that's the reason why they're going to continue to freaking win. It's like, as long as I am doing a little bit better than other people, and it's like the people argue, they say it's always been this way, you know? How else are you going to live without paying rent and paying the light bill and paying for water? But then I'll be like, wait, no, it hasn't always been this way. This is basically a kind of a new thing. If you look at time, if you look at history, you know, long-term history, it's really short. It's really fairly recent. No, it hasn't always been this way. And then it's your arrogance that they're living off of, that they're feeding off of, that you have this jealousy for your neighbor, that you want to do better than them. You know, that's what they're selling you. They're selling you that everything is good as long as someone is doing worse off than you. That should have brought a tear to my eye if I think about it too much. It's how you get people out of thinking like that. They're going to continue to win as long as you guys think like that. Let me read another one. Thank you, Amy and Democracy Now! For sharing. Always praying for all who died. May they all rest in peace. The deaths in Sudan is staggering. Where are the head of the African nations who went to Russia and Ukraine to ask both to stop the fighting? They should be talking to the very leaders of these African nations whose citizens are killing these innocent civilians. This climate change issue must be addressed now by the world. This staggering climate change is causing extreme weather conditions. In my country of origin, one of the volcanoes continues to erupt, displacing people. I'm spending lots of money sending war equipment to Ukraine. Why can't the government help those people with no source of clean water and help those people who do not have health insurance? Where's the love for the people that are here in America? That's crazy. This comment covered all of the stories that they covered. That was very thorough. Anyways, do I have more that I want to do here on this one? Because I think I'm going to move on to Twitter. Damn, I stayed on there long. I lost some more stories. We'll do some quick, short ones before I move on to Twitter. Oh, where is everyone? This one, it says, new report finds that over 8,000 pedestrians were killed on U.S. roadways in 2022. Jimmy Carter was president the last time that happened. 8,000 pedestrians were killed on U.S. roadways in 2022. So there's been a spike in the number of pedestrians killed. And I personally know two people that I used to work with who were killed and they were pedestrians crossing the street, Westheimer, at night, and they both got hit by a car and was killed. So I've personally been impacted by this. I was talking to my daughter about it. Like, it's really, really dangerous to cross the street nowadays. Like, what is it? Is it the way that the streets are built? Is that why? Or does it have more to do with people just not caring, you know? Or maybe it has to do with drugs, you know, drugs and alcoholism. Like, people are depressed and they're on drugs and they're drunk and they're driving. Or maybe the pedestrians, those people are the ones that are on drugs, drunk, or whatever, and they're making bad decisions, you know. What is driving these numbers going up like this, you know? I think it's something that needs to be looked at and figured out, because, you know, I think that I've said this before, but I think that in the future, a lot of these cities, like I live in Houston, it's a car city. Like, you basically need a car to live in the city. If you don't have a car in the city, then you're going to be your access is going to be very limited, and you're going to have a difficult time, or you're going to be spending a lot of money on Ubers and Lyfts or whatever, because you literally have to get a ride around the city to get from place to place to do whatever it is that you want to do, or otherwise you won't be able to do literally anything, hardly. And we don't have much of a mass transit system. We do have a light rail train, but it barely goes anywhere. And we do have a pretty okay bus system, but it leaves much to be desired. Basically, I'm gonna say that, you know. So the efficiency of it can be dramatically improved. And there's certain areas of the city that there's no access. The train only goes a little bit of space, and then the buses leave out huge areas where there's no bus. There's no buses. So I don't know. Like I say, I think in the future, cities like this one gonna have to be built differently, you know, to not be so car friendly. And I think I see it happening already. It's happening in the nice areas. You can see where they're building things in a way that kind of induces more walking, and it's not very friendly to cars. And you have all of the things that you need in smaller, in closer proximity. So you don't have to go as far, you know, from the place that you live to go and do the things that you want to do, even to work. And you know, you don't need a car so much. And I think that's what the future. So that may be the answer. But until we get to that point, then what do we do about all of these pedestrian deaths? You know, like, what is it? You know, I think that people caring about others is a huge part of it. Like, you know, they talk about Mercedes drivers and BMW drivers, and Tesla's the other one now. There's a stigma related to it that these people don't care about others, and they tend to freaking run people over. Like, it's like certain people feel like I have the right of way. I'm more important than you. You know, my life matters more than you. My destination matters more than yours, you know, and they drive with that same attitude. And I think that that's what leads to this. I think that's a huge factor. That's just my opinion, you know, going by what I see, you know, my feel of it. But at the end of the day, it's very, very dangerous to walk in this city. Very, very dangerous. So all I can say to people is be careful. Be very, very careful. Don't, you know, feel like you have the right of the way. You can have the right of way, but you are walking. So the car hitting you is going to have a lot more damage on you, even if you have the right of way. So like pressing that button and waiting for the light to say walk and just blindly going by that is not a good move. People don't follow the traffic laws. people don't stop at red lights all the time. You know, it's very dangerous. It's even when you're in your car. You know, one of the things I do is when the light turns green is I hesitate for a moment, because a lot of times cars are coming through after the light has turned red for them, and they don't stop and they just keep going. So let the rest of the traffic go, give it a moment, and then pull off, because someone trying to run the light at the last second, trying to get through the intersection, boom, there you go. And then you got the people that's like I say, the people that's walking, they hit the button or whatever. I don't know why y'all hit that button. I think that you should really just cross the street safely on your own, using your own mind and looking at the traffic like as if you was a driver. It would be the same way as if you were driving. You're not going to pull out in front of moving traffic. You're going to look and see if there's cars coming. And if there is a car coming, you're going to hesitate, or you're going to move out of the way, or you're going to speed up or whatever. And that's the same thing you should do as a pedestrian. Don't just follow those traffic lights telling you when you can walk and when you can't. Look at the road, look at the cars, go when you feel that it's safe. If you don't feel it's safe, wait. Anyways, I feel for that. I really do. Like I say, that has affected me personally. Let's see this one. It says, this governor with disabilities is dismantling protections for disabled people. It says, what happened? Texas Governor Greg Abbott just vetoed a bipartisan bill that would have given disabled people, those who are blind or paralyzed, specifically new options to vote by mail. This is the latest in a string of attacks on disabled folks from Abbott. Perfect Union posted this. Okay, so this is like a left-leaning deal. So you can tell by the tone of this. But he vetoed a bipartisan bill that would have given disabled people, those who are blind and paralyzed, specifically new options to vote by mail. So the whole thing has been really politicized ever since the last presidential election, really before that, but it's really been in the news a lot since when Trump lost, because he's all like, I got the election was stolen from me, Dominion voting machines, mail-in ballots, absentee ballots, So it's been a lot of like scrutiny as a result of that on absentee ballots, mail-in ballots, and so forth and so on. So that's this is the result of that, you know, that this atmosphere of feeling like there's fraud going on related to absentee ballots and mail-in ballots. But we've had those for the longest time, you know, and really like it's not sincere. They know that it's really not true that you know, these mail-in ballots and these absentee ballots there's a lot of fraud in it, and that's what they're losing. It's really that more people are voting, so then they're finding other ways to make less people vote. It's just another way to disenfranchise the American people, if you ask me. That's my point of view on that. As far as the elections not being fair, whatever, then you want to look at how they draw up those districts. A lot of it has to do with that, you know. You also want to look at dishonest ads, you know, the money in the politics, you know, Citizens United. Those are the kind of things that you want to look at, you know. And also, like, we did update the voting machines here in Texas. I noticed that. But that's another part of it. Really old equipment, you know, if you really care about it being secure, then put some money in voting machines, you know, making them better, you know. The mail-in ballots, absentee ballots is not where you want to be looking at if you really cared about making the elections more secure. That's all just politics and it's BS, you know. So that's my take on that. Let's read some more. It says, despite being disabled himself, Abbott has fought against protections for disabled Texans for years. Abbott was paralyzed from the waist down in 1984. He was jogging when a large oak tree snapped at its base and fell on his back. He had no income and no insurance. Abbott sued the homeowner and the tree care company for his injury. The settlement resulted in monthly payments that will continue for the rest of his life and lump sums that totaled $8.9 million without adjusting for inflation. He later championed legislation that experts say made it harder for plaintiffs to win that kind of award. Today, that would be an extraordinarily high recovery. It would be harder to get that type of award today. Chris M. Silver. As Texas Attorney General Greg Abbott fought to block disabled Texans' lawsuits in a series of legal cases in his 3 terms, Abbott office has fought a blind pharmacy professor in Amarillo who wanted reflective tape on the stairs to her office, 2 deaf defendants in Laredo who asked for a qualified sign language interpreter in their courtroom, a woman with an amputated leg. In that case, the state argued she was not disabled because she had a prosthetic limb. While Abbott benefits from the ADA mandates that guide business, builders, and cities, he believes it is unconstitutional to force the state to comply. Oh man, I've never been a fan of this guy. I do not like him. Let me go ahead and say that. And it doesn't have anything to do with his political necessarily. Doesn't necessarily have to do with his political affiliation. I don't like this guy. Like, he seems so inauthentic. He seems so like, I don't know. I can't put my finger on it. Like, he doesn't. I guess you could call him a typical politician because he definitely fits the mold of a typical politician. That it doesn't seem authentic. You know, he seems like he has some other kind of agenda. Like it seems like the person that always has one hand behind his back type of person. You know what I mean? Like if he says something, he's going to have his hand behind his back and his fingers crossed or whatever, you know, like he's going to wink or something, you know, like that's the kind of person he seems like, oh, I don't like this guy. Let me read some comments. It says, well, this is the caption from Perfect Union. They said, Texas Governor Greg Abbott just vetoed a bill that would have helped paralyzed and blind voters cast their ballots easier. This is not the first time Abbott has dismantled protections for disabled people. Let me read a comment. It says, this is like Paul Ryan working devotedly to ending Social Security, which is how his family survived when his father died suddenly when Paul was young. I'm not sure what the pathology is here. Me neither. Like, I really don't get it how, like, you know, it's kind of like those immigrants, like the ones that come from Cuba or whatever, and then they don't want other immigrants. Like, they vote against immigrants and they vote against, like, my rights for migrants or whatever. Like, they want you to persecute them and send them back or whatever. Like, you just came off a boat yourself. You just came from Cuba yourself. Like, and now you want to freaking make it harder for others to do the same thing. I really don't get it. I don't get it. Like, it's like I heard somebody say one time that like they hate children or whatever. Like, they really don't like children. Like, they don't like kids. And then whenever they say that, like, I'm thinking, like, do you think that don't you know that at one time you was a child? Like, you was a child at some point. I mean, nobody came into this world as an adult. Like, so what? You didn't like yourself when you was little? Like, I don't understand that way of thinking. Like, it's like a self-hate. It's like, I'm not disabled. I'm not like those others. I'm the governor. They're just some disabled folks. They're not like me. I I don't get it. I don't get it. It makes my brain hurt to try to figure that out. People don't care about other people that are just like them, going through the same struggles as them, or the struggles that they went through, and they want to be hard on those same people. Don't get it. But it's a reoccurring thing that happens over and over again. So I mean, there must be some kind of logic. There must be some kind of pathology. There's got to be something there. I can't put my finger on it. I do not get that at all. Like, somebody help me with that. Let me read another comment. It says, Justice Clarence Thomas profited from affirmative action and then pulled the ladder up after him. I spot a trend. See, there it goes again. There it goes again. Like, a lot of conservatives don't like affirmative action. And Clarence Thomas is a conservative, and he doesn't like affirmative action. But he benefited from, I don't know if that's absolutely true, because I didn't know that. Maybe we could look that up. I wish Doc was here so we could look that up right quick, but I don't have time to do a quick search on that. But, you guys correct us, this person's comment, if you can. So apparently Justice Clarence Thomas benefited from affirmative action. So what? He got a job in the law firm or something that helped him come up using affirmative action? I don't know. I know he doesn't like affirmative action today. But see, Clarence Thomas been in there for so long. It was before I was even following politics. Probably I was a baby or something. I was a little kid when that dude got in there. He'd been in there forever. As long as I've been into politics, this dude was in there. So I don't know anything about Justice Clarence Thomas before he was a Supreme Court justice. So go figure, man. I don't know. Let me read another one. It says, damn, even God tried to kill that man. Oh, see, I'm not going to laugh, but I ain't going to lie. I made some comments similar to that back in the days about this guy, because I'm not lying to y'all. I do not like this guy. And I have made some jokes like that. I'm not going to say him here, but it was a person, I said a joke like that, and they said, you're evil, man. What is wrong with you? I was like, man, hey. Curtis, the guy who jumps on the show, it was years ago I made the comment, but I've been knowing Curtis for some years. And yeah, I made some joke like that about Abbott. That's how long Abbott's been in there too. He's been in there for a while. And so, yeah, Curtis was like, bro, you're evil. Let me see. Let's read some more. It says, this comment, it says, I've always said Greg Abbott would remove the wheelchair ramps from the Capitol if he thought it'd get him reelected. Guess he just proved me right. Yeah, man, this guy. Ooh. Let me read this one. It says, just like how Senator Rubio and Surgeon Ben Carson used financial aid to go to school and both wanted to cancel it. Don't get it. Don't get it. Don't get it. Let me read this one. It says, the old Republican shield for me, but not for thee. Another comment, it says, he lost feeling on it in his heart before his legs long ago. Another comment, it says, called being a sociopath. So maybe that's it. The sociopathic, because you don't have any kind of, if you're a sociopath, you can't feel other people's feelings. Like you're unaware of other people having feelings. And then you're so egotistical that like you feel like the world revolves around you. And you also can't see your flaws, like that you do anything wrong. So then if these people are just sociopaths, then that would explain why they would do something like this. That's the closest that's the closest thing to an explanation. Let me read another one. It says, climbing the ladder, then knocking it down behind you. Telling you. These are all pretty much saying the same thing. So I'll read a couple more. This one says, how about if a prosthetic leg doesn't count as a disability, neither does a wheelchair? He probably doesn't see himself as a disabled person, I think. In his mind, he's not disabled. Another comment says, it's almost as if politicians aren't actually working for us. Another comment, it says, inhumanity has become completely acceptable. I voted for Beto last year. It was beyond bizarre to see Abbott win. Something was off even when I was going to vote. Something really off about these people in Texas. It's like they make you feel like you owe everything to them up front, even when it's their literal job to be protecting you and keeping you safe. But instead, all they do is take. More people in power need to cumulatively sue Texas, because what they doing in Texas has no business in the U.S., goes against everything America stands for. I don't know. From the conception of Texas as a state, it has had like a shady kind of, it's so different from the other states in a lot of ways. The way it came in, its conception, the attitudes that the people have here historically has been that way. Like, who was the guy, the famous author? He said, screw y'all, I'm going to Texas. And, that's a popular quote because it's like Texas is like going to another country, because the way they do things in Texas is so different from the rest of the country. And it's true, and I'm born and raised Texan, but I'm aware of things and I know that we're different here. And the way we do things is different here. And because I study history, so that's the reason why I can say I'm an academic, so that's what I do. But like I said, the way Texas joined the union, all of that was different from other states. Like a special circumstance. Like Texas is a special circumstance, and it's also like a special, different group of people that are drawn to this particular experiment of Texas. So yeah, there's definitely something in the air here that's different. I love Texas, y'all. Don't get me wrong, man. I'm a Texan. Houston, Texan, born and raised. I'm a native Houstonian. It's one of the jokes that we make here in Houston is we say, I say something like I'm a native Houstonian. It's not very many of us here anymore or whatever. Like we're a minority, the people that it's a lot of people that live here that has come from other places. It's not very many of us. I mean, it is a lot. That's just a joke that we make, because, in Houston, it's an international city, man. That's one thing that's really, really cool about here. Like, when they be talking about diversity being a good thing, Houston is a very good example of that, and I know that even like you got the bigoted racist folks, they do still see the benefits of diversity here in Houston. I know this for a fact because I just saw a news story that was talking about brands that were like international brands who have a foothold here in Houston. Like these are brands that aren't available anywhere else, like in the United States, but you got it readily available here in Houston. And it's because of the international community that we have. We have such a diverse, you can come here and it's special because you go other places. I've been to some other places around in the United States and I've never seen it like it is here, as far as you could come here and you could just be like, let's say you go to a grocery store and you could see somebody, an Iranian will walk by you, and then Pakistani, and then somebody from freaking, I don't know, you name it, Zimbabwe, freaking Nigeria will be the next person in line. And then it'll be somebody from Yemen. And then after that, it'll be somebody from St. Lucia. And then it'll be somebody from Jamaica. I mean, you go down the list. The food that we have here in Houston, that's one of the things that's really special about this city. We have super diverse. The food is good. Like I always say, the best food comes out of Louisiana, but I'm impartial to it. But we have a really great, diverse food food selection here that a lot of people don't have anywhere else in the States, I would say. Very few places can you go and have the selection of food that we have here, because you can go get, these will be authentic dishes from somewhere else, authentic African dishes, authentic Jamaican, you really go down the line, Indian food, actual real Thai food, real Chinese food. I think a lot of us don't know what Chinese food is. They call everything Chinese food, some fried rice or whatever. But we do have authentic Chinese food here in Houston. Not in all of the places that say Chinese food up on the sign, but there are places here that have real authentic Chinese food. Okay. You go down the list, that's one of the things about that really makes Houston great. That's why we're fat too. We've got great food. It's very good options for food. Like a lot of places you have the same few options for food, but here in Houston, you have a huge selection of different kinds of food that you can eat. And the reason why you have that is because these are real people that are from these places. We have a little Chinatown. We have a little Middle East, if you will. We have like a little Italy, if you will, whatever you want to call it, a little Venezuela. We have little neighborhoods that have, lots of these people from these other countries. And then they build the businesses or they build restaurants or whatever the hell. And a lot of times it's authentic stuff because these are real people that are coming from that country. Anyways, I could stay on that topic forever. I just said that just to show y'all that I really do love Texas, and I love the United States. I'm really critical, but I still, hey, I think when you really do love something and you have integrity and you have character, then you're going to be critical of it. When you can see the flaws, when you can see that it can be better, then you're going to want it to be better. If it has the potential to be great, then why not make it great? What do they say? Anything worth doing is worth doing well or whatever. Like I live by that kind of shit. Like I put my all in everything that I do, and I feel like there's great people that live here, and we deserve great, just because we have a few folks that, and I really do believe they're the minority that are not, don't care about people, who run over people on the road, who are racist, who are hateful or whatever the hell, we do have those people, but I really do believe that they are the minority. The rest of the ones kind of fall in the middle, but they get manipulated and they get pushed into a direction or whatever. Like it's not really them, I think that more people need to stand on what they really believe in, and instead of going along to get along all the time, to keep your head down and just looking out for your friends and family. And I know that it's not an easy thing to do. It's not. You have consequences for doing these things, but letting the minority run the show and turn everything to shit it's not worth it, bro. It's not worth it. Let's get some fight in us, bro. Let me play this just random here.
Oh my God.
Oh! Oh!
Oh my God, that guy fell.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. Oh my God, that guy fell. Oh my God. Get the kids. Get the kids. All the kids still in water. That was all the still in water. Oh! Oh my God.
Oh! Oh!
Oh my God, that guy fell.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. fight that woman. Get the kids. Get the kids. All the kids still in water. That was all still in water. Oh! Oh my God.
So this is these are pictures from a cruise ship. They were well, let me read it. It says West India Maid posted this. It says submarines now this a chaotic moment at sea. Royal Caribbean cruise ship battles freak storm. It says passengers embarking on the Independence of the Seas were in for a wild surprise as a sudden and violent storm engulfed the ship, causing mayhem and disruption. Port Canaveral, Florida, witnessed an eventful start to the weekend when an unexpected summer storm threw Royal Caribbean's plans into disarray. The storm caught passengers off guard during boarding, resulting in a scene of chaos reminiscent of a movie set. While sail-away parties often endure a bit of rain, the intensity of this tropical storm disrupted the usual cruise schedule. Afternoon storms are common in Florida during summer, but this unexpected tempest proved to be a challenging test for the cruise ship and its passengers. Stay tuned for more updates as we monitor the situation and hope smoother seas ahead. Man, I've never been on a cruise, and I don't know, they just don't seem. There was a time where I wanted to go on a cruise, and I was like, man, I kind of really want to do that or whatever. But they're really good at marketing and selling it. I just, as I've grown older and I know more stuff, like I do want to travel. I have my passport, but I don't. The cruise just seems like something that I wouldn't really enjoy. I mean, maybe if there's some fishing on it, if they did some fishing parts related to the cruise and the parts where you stop and you get off the boat, I'm sure that's cool. And I'm sure partying on the cruise, meeting people, I guess it just don't sound all that enticing to me. And this is a situation that makes it even more like I don't know. They said they were embarking, they were getting on the ship right when this was happening. I think I would have turned back around and been like, you know what, this is a sign, hey, I'm gonna try to get my money back or whatever, but hey, I'm not taking this trip. So it was, and a lot of the comments were saying that people, the captain did something wrong or whatever, but you have pop-up storms and stuff that happen all the time. This kind of thing, like these kinds of things happen. But I think this is also like an example of the intensity of the climate change. But the summer maybe is they're in the Caribbean, right? Like, yeah, off the coast of Florida. It's hurricane season, the seas are really warm, right now. So like we're heading into the heart of hurricane season. So it might not be a good time of the year to be trying to take cruises in the Caribbean, maybe somewhere else in the world, but not in the Caribbean area. So like, that's another thing that it tells me. It tells me to if I do take a cruise, don't do it during the summertime in the Caribbean. Don't do it. That's what I get from this. Let me see. I want to read a couple comments because I think I saw some funny ones. Yeah, this first comment, it says, I feel like someone threw that first pool chair. I'm not going to lie. That's funny because when I saw this too, that's the first thing I thought too. I'm sure nobody threw it. He's making a joke, but that's funny. Let me read another one. It says, what in the Final Destination is happening? Lucky that baby wasn't in the pram. Yeah, so that scene right there just passed too, right? When I was saying that, like it was like a lawn chair hit a baby stroller, knocked the stroller over, and something fell out of the stroller, and then the lady kind of just kept walking. And when I first saw the clip, I was like, is that a baby that fell out of the stroller? Like, and the lady just kept on going, but it was a bag. It was her bag. It was like a backpack or something that fell out of the stroller. And I guess she was like, it's more important for me to get, she was holding 2 kids. So I guess she felt like it was more important for her to get the kids to safety than to worry about her bag at that moment. And that probably would have been, boom, that's it right there. or was it only one kid she was holding? So like get the kid to safety is more important than worrying about the bag or the stroller. That would have been the same decision I would have made. Let me need another one. It says, blood, I thought she left the baby in the stroller. Yeah, that's what it looked like too. Like I said, it looked like a baby fell out of the stroller and the mom just kept on walking. But that's not what happened. Another comment, it says, every time my grandma tries to convince me to go on a cruise with her church friends, I'm going to show her this video. Another comment, it says, Ocean, sick of us, she really is. Another comment, it says, the ocean is sick of us. Let's not go on any submarines or cruises for a while. Let's give her the time she needs. Another comment says, this is scary, it's hurricane season, and I never understood why RC risks sailing through it. I've been on a cruise which had one day of bad weather, but when you start seeing deck chairs flying, petrifying. This would definitely be a really traumatic experience, I think. Like I said, I would have turned around if it wasn't too late, because if the ship hasn't taken off yet, bruh, I'm getting back off. Another comment says, let's just add another reason unto why I'm not a cruise person. Another comment says, everything that ever happened to melanated people on any body of water is being reaped. Another comment says, so if there's a tropical storm, why would you be outside on the deck of the ship? And I'm pretty sure the ship have technologies that alert them of upcoming storms. Why not remove the furniture and secure the ship? These people like this always feel like they're so smart. Like, oh, I'm so smart. Everybody else is so dumb. Like, why would you be outside on the deck of the ship? Well, they were boarding. That's the reason why they were outside on the deck of the ship. They were getting on the ship with their luggage and stuff. And I'm pretty sure the ship have technologies that alert them of upcoming storms. Okay, well, I'm sure they do. You're probably right about that. But you have pop-up things that happen that maybe don't show up on the thing. Or maybe it looked like it was going one direction and then it turned the other one. Have you ever watched the hurricane projections and seen how with all the technology that we have, that it takes a turn in the last second and hits a place that they said it wasn't going to go? The wind blows. What else did he say? He said, why not remove the furniture and secure the ship? Well, again, I'm sure they wasn't planning on a huge fucking windstorm to hit the fucking deck of the ship. Like, the internet, people on the internet, they think they're so smart. It really hurts my heart. Like, they always got something to say, make themselves sound smart. Bro, you don't sound smart, you sound like a douche. So next time, keep that comment to yourself. Oh, I was hoping the guys were in here before I did this one, because this is a conversation starter right here. This is a spark. Let's read it. It says, judge rules against law that targets drag shows in Florida. Washington Post posted this. A federal judge on Friday sided with an Orlando restaurant that features weekly family-friendly drag shows and ordered the state to stop enforcing a new law cracking down on certain adult live performances. Republican Governor Ron DeSantis signed the bill last month, one of a flurry of legislative proposals backed by GOP governors taking aim at drag events. The Florida law did not specifically mention drag performances, but said the state should revoke the liquor license of any establishment that allows children to attend performances that include lewd exposure to prosthetic or imitation genitals and breasts. The GOP presidential contender said the law was designed to let kids be kids, but opponents said it was part of a slate of laws aimed at erasing the LGBT community. The owners of the Humberg Mary's Orlando, part of a chain of drag-themed restaurants, sued the state, claiming that the law violated their First Amendment rights. U.S. District Judge Gregory A. Presnell agreed, writing that the language of the law is vague and dangerously susceptible to standardless overboard enforcement. So Ron DeSantis signed this law, whatever, put it in, and a judge, he said, Judge Gregory A. Presnell agreed, writing that the language of the law is vague and dangerously susceptible to standardless overboard enforcement, which is exactly what you know is going to happen, and which is exactly what their intentions was. But when they haphazardly write these kinds of laws, that's the reason why, like, we talk about legalese and what words mean and stuff like that. We talk about that a lot here on the show. It's important that you take your time and that you write the law specifically so that it can have the impact and effect that you want it to have. But when you are motivated politically to do something and you're really just trying to throw fresh meat out there for your voters, then that's when you don't take the time to write the law properly, and that's how it gets struck down. So this is good that it shows how that our system is working the way it's intended. We have the three branches of government separated in a way for them to be able to check each other, and that's what's happening here. So if one branch of the government does something and it needs to be pulled back or checked or whatever, then another branch of the government has the power to do that, and that's good. That's a good, healthy democracy. Like, regardless of what side you are on this topic or whatever, I think you should be happy that, you know, the system is working, you know, the way the founding fathers or whatever intended it, you know, to work. Like, even if the result may not be what you would like or whatever, but write the law properly, you know, put the language in there to have the intended impact that you want to have. That's if you're trying to protect the children or whatever, write the law correctly so that it protects children. Don't leave it in a way where it can, you know, have a negative impact on some other groups or whatever as a result of you not writing it properly. Like again, I don't have a dog in this particular fight. Like, I've never been to a drag show. I wouldn't care if they don't ever have another one ever in any state in the United States. Like, I don't care. You know, I just don't, like, again, I don't have a dog in this particular fight. What I would say on this topic is that we have a lot more other things going on to focus on than this. Way more important things that we should be focusing on than this. Like, I mean, you know, this is important to some people, and maybe we should get to it at some point, but it definitely shouldn't have as much scrutiny on it right now. It's so much other things that takes a higher priority from what I can see. Stuff that impacts everyone, you know, instead of like 0.08% of the population. Like, but, you know, this is where we are right now politically. We have these culture wars going on, and, you know, that's what they want you to focus on. And then people are easily manipulated, and that's what leads to this. So it is what it is. You know, like I say, I don't really care or whatever. Like, I think that I don't even think Ron DeSantis really cares. He's just using it as it's a chip. It's a political chip for him to cash in later, for him to move on and advance his career. You know, dude probably freaking attends drag shows in incognito or something. Like, he don't care either, I don't think. Not really. It's a facade. It's fake. It's just all politics. So let's read some comments. It says, so I guess the performers are dressing like Mrs. Doubtfire for a fun, family-friendly atmosphere. Another comment says, great job, Hamburger Marys. Glad to see them stand up to the Satan. So these comments are all over the place. We just got one from both sides. Let's read another comment. Is that it? Oh, wait. Here's another one. It says, needs a better title. This is a victory. Another comment. It says, finally a judge with some sense. Another comment. It says, excellent. Any word on religious drag shows yet? Are churches exempt from DeSantis mania? What does he mean by this? Any word on religious drag shows? Religious drag shows. What does he mean by that? I don't get that one. They have religious people doing drag shows. Does he mean that the robes? I did a whole show about the robes. And if anybody is interested in that stuff, like go check out the old shows or go look up the stuff yourself, because the woman inside the man related to the robes and related to it's really about the womb, those columns that they walk out of. It's like the birth canal, and it's kind of like related to matriarchy or like Mother Earth or whatever. Like a lot of people would call it paganism, but a lot of the old religions, it was the woman. You worship the women that bring life into the world, and that's the reason why a lot of the names of things is still to this day they get female names, like the earth, it's Mother Earth, and then it's like you have words for the weather that are female names, So like I said, a lot of people would call it paganism, but that stuff is the roots to all of the religions, the organized religions that we have today, and they still have leftover parts of it in there. So it's like worshiping the woman. It really is. It's worshiping the womb, bringing life, life forever. And the Holy Trinity, Mother, Father, and Child. So anyways, I don't know what this guy meant here with religious drag shows, but that's what it makes me think about, the robes. But I don't know what the hell they meant. I really don't. Probably thought he was trying to be clever. A lot of times people try to be clever and they just don't even make sense. Let me read this one. It says, how did people get so uptight in the 2020s? By being manipulated, outrage. We're in a freaking outrage spiral. We're in an outrage era, I think so. I mean, I'm sure that we've had it in the past, but it's an outrage mania right now, and it's coming from both sides. Everybody is looking for stuff to be mad about, really pissed about. And I think, and what I've said many times before, is like, people have legitimate reasons to be upset. You do. Things are not the way they could be. Things could be so much better. And a lot of us are getting screwed. Most of us, pretty much all of us, are getting screwed left and right. And you should wake up angry, but your anger is being, deterred or manipulated. It's being bent in the wrong direction. If we can get together and use this anger in a cumulative way and push against the system, freaking to tear it apart and rebuild it for the sake of all of us, then we'll be doing something. But just being mad at, I don't know, gay people, or getting mad at women, or getting mad at men, or getting mad at white people, or getting mad at black people, or getting mad at Muslims, or religious people, or atheists, or Christians, or I don't know, you name it. There's so much stuff you can get mad at, getting mad at using the wrong pronouns, or getting mad at having to use pronouns at all, getting mad at Disney movies, getting mad at beer companies because they choose to have a spokesman or some commercial that you didn't like, or selling some product or something that you like, getting mad at grocery stores. I mean, whatever, man. The movies are trash right now because everybody's scared to make anything that's freaking creative. Well, part of it is capitalism, because they just want to make money the cheapest and easiest way, and they don't want to take risk on making anything creative that may not work out They want to do. They have all this nostalgic. All of the movies are nostalgic. Like they know it's gonna sell because like some kid grew up playing Mario Brothers and he's an adult now. So it's a whole huge group of people. And so you make a movie, a live action Mario Brothers movie. They've never had that. So let's do that and give that to them. And we know that these people who grew up playing Mario Brothers are going to go watch the movie, or a good segment of them are. So we'll make money. So part of it is that. And then another part is that I'm trying to explain what's making the movie so bad. The other part is them being afraid of getting someone upset, like someone getting outraged about something. So they have to be careful about how they write the movie. I was watching that show recently, American Gods. I've been watching kind of a lot of TV this last week. I don't know. I've been trying to unplug. I haven't been watching as much news and reading as much. I haven't been doing my schoolwork very much either this week. Down there I go reflecting. But yeah, I haven't been taking care of business. I've been kind of like relaxing. I don't know. Maybe I felt like I needed a relaxation, and I do feel better. But anyways, I was watching the show American Gods, and I had wanted to watch it years ago when it came out. But I just now finally got around to watching it. I watched the first 2 seasons of it this week, and it was a part in there that like a controversy. I knew about this because I follow this kind of stuff, but it was a guy in the show. They took him off of the show behind the scene that he did, and he was like supposed to be a god for like Black people, if you will. And some of the stuff he said ended up being controversial. But what was weird about it is that this guy didn't write those lines. He was just acting, but he got held accountable. Like he got terminated or whatever. They took him out of the show. And I don't know, I don't get it. Like the show was already really like, the whole point of like what they were doing was kind of poking fun at all the different religions and stuff. Like, basically, I think that a lot of people will be mad at the show. Like, whatever religion you have, they got you. Like, they said something that was sacrilegious, or what would be the proper term? It would be like blasphemy to you, and you would be angry if you were like a stiff religious person who really believed or whatever, whichever religion, because they did all of them basically. And yeah, so they did some stuff that you would call blasphemy, and it would piss you off if you was in that religion and you really believed in all of this stuff. So I mean, they didn't leave nobody out. Like that was the whole thing that they were doing. Like, and I don't understand why it was outrage and they ended up kicking this dude out of the show. But if anybody knows what I'm talking about, it's like Mr. Nancy was the guy. Orlando, what is his name? Orlando something, the actor's name. And who was the god that he was trying to be, whatever. It all comes from real religions, real beliefs that's out there. And I'm trying to think of the one his was from. I cannot remember right now. My brain just went blank on that. So I don't think it really matters, but it was like Native people, like Aboriginal people, kind of before organized religions. Like that's why he was like, they were fighting the old gods versus the new gods, and he was one of the old gods because it was like coming from before, like it was like paganism kind of times. Anyways, I lost my point. That's why everything sucks, is because they're worried about people pissing people off. Somebody gets mad and then they have to freaking make changes. Screw these people if they're mad. If you don't like the show, don't watch the damn show or whatever. Like, damn. You don't like the movie, don't watch the movie. And all the rest of us have to sift through all this shit options because of y'all being so, and probably a lot of y'all just be scrolling looking for something to be mad about. Fucking go do something else, bro. Let me read another comment. It says, more and more Nazi type laws in the United States. It says in the States aimed at protecting children. Just look what they are seeing on TV in their own homes. Maybe parents should be doing a better job protecting their children and making them resilient to non-democratic practices. That's an interesting comment right there. Yeah. A lot of other countries don't like our Hollywood and the TV shows and stuff that are on TV here. A lot of countries don't let that stuff even be on TV for adults. And then a lot of us like feel like we can like keep our kids away from that stuff, but I don't know how you can, because they're scrolling TikTok, they're scrolling Instagram or whatever it is, Snapchat. They're scrolling through Netflix, HBO, you know, Apple Plus, whatever it is. I don't know. I guess if you keep them on Disney, but then a lot of people have problems with those Disney movies, and there is stuff in there too. I ain't gonna even lie. Especially some of the older ones. There's stuff in there that's inappropriate. And then, you know, a lot of adults don't like to watch like cartoons is what they call them, or animated stuff. And like, I think that, you know, especially now, we have a lot of animated stuff that are just for adults. And I think these adults are not even realizing that. And then they let the kids watch this stuff, and it's animated, but it's not for kids. Anyways, so he says, aimed at protecting the children. Just look at what they're saying on TV in their own homes. Like, it's a lot of stuff on TV, brother. So y'all mad about these drag shows? Go freaking see what the hell is on TV, bro. Way more intense. Let me read another comment. It says, Florida is equal parts dementia and Tiger King. That's funny. Another one, it says, nobody is hungry or homeless in Florida, right? Priorities. So, yeah, these people that are mad about drag shows don't care nothing about people being homeless or hungry. So your comment is kind of null and void. I get your point, but like it's two totally different kind of topics. So that's kind of like not a good argument at all. But this comment right here, Florida's equal parts dementia and Tiger King, that is very funny. I saw recently, I saw a post on Instagram, the guy, Tiger King guy, he's in jail, and he posted a picture and he had like two black guys standing next to him or whatever. They were leaning against the wall, and they all had their little pose. It was like the same pose, and it was so cute, if you will, quote unquote, hilarious. So, you know, it's like, I don't know. It looked from that picture, and he had a big smile on his face. So Tiger King looked like he's living his best life in prison. I guess, you know, if you're a gay guy and you got a couple of dollars to put on your books, I guess maybe it's not that bad in prison, you know. You know, you find you some buddies, you know, so, you know, hey, it would be a horrible place for me, but I don't know, maybe for some people, not so much. Dude looked like he was chilling. Doing all kinds of, anyways, I'm not gonna make fun of that guy. It's funny though, that was pretty funny. Do I want to cover this? I don't think I want to cover this. All right, this one is touchy right here. So all the sensitive people exit the room. It says, Georgia Police Department under investigation for using photo of black man for target practice. Now this posted this. It says, a Georgia Police Department is under investigation after a new deleted post revealed white civilians were using the image of a black man as a target during a firearms safety class. The Villa Rica Police Department held the event on June 17th and posted footage of it on Facebook shortly afterward. The post received hundreds of comments, many of which were calling for the department to issue an apology. It was never our intention to be insensitive, inflammatory, or offensive to anyone. However, we respect the honest opinions of our fellow citizens and apologize for any offense we may have caused, the department said via a statement on Facebook. The perception of it looks like we have people just shooting at black guys, and that's not at all what it was. Via Rica Police Chief Michael Mansour told local affiliates WSB TV. Mansour claimed that the photo of the white man was used at the start of the target practice, but they eventually ran out and only then began using the photo of a black man. The police department also wrote in its June 20th statement that the targets were part of a package that included the images of people from various ethnic groups. According to WSB TV, Villa Rica Mayor Gil McDougall ordered the department to remove the footage from its post but keep the comments and called for an independent firm to investigate the matter. McDougall told the Telegraph that he felt personally embarrassed by the footage and that the incident does not reflect the values of this community. Well, what I'll first say is that, this kind of thing always, it's kind of like what we were just talking about, like looking for something to be outraged about, outrage culture. So, but then on the other hand, I would say the optics are pretty bad here, right off the bat. But again, it may not be what it seems, and a lot of times it's not. And people on the internet looking for stuff to be mad at, and then they see a image and all they get is a little clip of it, and it's enough for them to be pissed, But like I said, on its face, it does look bad. But I don't see why you would have images of people anyways for them to shoot at as a target. Why would they need black people or white people on the target for you to shoot at? That's the reason why I don't really like these guns anyways. Like, I grew up, I had people in the country and we would do hunting or whatever. Like, I feel okay about rifles, as not assault rifles, but the kind of rifles that you use for hunting and shotguns and so forth. And like my BB gun was my favorite toy when I was growing up. It was an actual real BB gun, and I got really good at it. I'm actually a pretty good shot, even though I don't like guns. But why do you need images of people to do your target practice on? Like, okay, you're getting ready to shoot and kill people? Like, I mean, what kind of world do we live in? I mean, do you have to have that? A lot of people feel like that's the whole point of learning how to manage a weapon and being able to shoot is to protect yourself or whatever. But in all the situations where you need to protect yourself, is it from other people? I really don't know. And I don't like the energy related to, I don't like handguns at all, because I feel like they were designed, they were built with a bad energy to shoot other people. I saw a story recently related to, what was it? A 4-year-old. He shot his mom. She was pregnant and everything, or a 2. She was like, I think it was a 4-year-old. Freak accident. And another one like that, and this kind of thing happens all the time. And then it's here in the States. And, but in other countries, they have rules related to keeping the firearms locked up, and here in the States, we don't really have that, or we don't enforce it properly. But again, the main thing about this is I don't feel right about making the target a person regardless. And then if the target wasn't a person, then you wouldn't have had to worry about this image, people being outraged about this image. With the history of the United States and the way that they have treated minorities historically, you can be mad about it or argue with it or whatever. It's a fact. So then that's the reason why these people have to make apologies and be like, we didn't have the intentions of this, because in the past you have had these sentiments like this before. So you got a white guy shooting at a black guy, automatically, because it's here in the States and we have a racially charged people here, super sensitive to race here in the United States, which is kind of weird and unique to the United States, because it's not really like that in a lot of other countries. You go to another country and they'll say, well, we're British or whatever, instead of saying I'm white or I'm black. You go to the tribes, different tribes around the world, South America, Africa, or whatever, they identify as their tribe. They don't identify as black or white or whatever. So that's kind of weird, that thing that we have here in the States. But again, why, even if you are trying to get your shot better to be able to shoot people, I guess, in protection or whatever, you can still make the target in a way. They have those targets that are just like the outline of a man or whatever, the outline of a human. It doesn't have a person. What is the point of making it actually, a person, the image of a person? You could make it shapes, or you can make it like the target, like the one that you use darts with. Like, it'll have the same impact of you having your being able to work on your marksmanship, being able to hit the bullseye or whatever, practicing. Because like, okay, so like you get into an altercation, you get into a situation where you have to shoot someone to defend yourself, and maybe you're aiming for the head because you want a kill shot or whatever. I mean, I don't know, that's the way you're thinking or whatever. But if you were using a bullseye as your practice, the bullseye can be the head, right? I just don't see a point in it being the image of a person. It just leaves an opportunity for this kind of thing to happen. If your intention wasn't to be like, I'm trying to shoot black people or I'm trying to shoot white people or whatever, then why make the image of black person or white person? Let me read some comments. It's this first one. It says, what's wrong with the usual faceless outline of people? Why use actual photos? That's crazy that's the first comment. I didn't read no comments on this. I just saw this post when I was scrolling Instagram, and really I saw this somewhere else too. I think I have a post on this on Twitter too, because people were mad about this and this kind of went a little viral. And I figured it'd be a good subject to talk about on the show. That's how I get ready for the show. I just be scrolling and looking for shit. It'd be other stuff that I've seen before or whatever, but it catches my eye, and then I'll be like, this is a good subject to talk about on the show. So then I either retweet it on Twitter, or I share it to my stories on Instagram, so I could talk about it. But I didn't look at none of the comments. And the first asked comment was exactly what I was just saying. Next comment, it says, remember, after Trayvon Martin's murder, people are actually ordering pictures of him to use his target practice. This is the same thing. It was racist then, and it's racist now. I really don't know that their intention, and with the stuff that they were saying, I really think this is my perception of this after reading the little article and the other little stuff that I saw before. I think that this was just like the image just kind of jumped out, and I don't think that it was really intentional in this circumstance. I mean, I'm not to give United States a pass with its racial animosity that we have here, because we do have people out here who would love to do target practice on a black guy or a white guy or whatever. But I just don't think that the feeling that I get on this one is that that's what this was. I think that it was just a moment that happened, and, the image looks bad, and we're sensitive here in the States. I could be wrong, but that's just what I get from this. Let me read another one. It says, why use images of people in the first place? That's what I said. Just come on. You can keep from any kind of misunderstandings, from that. So you set yourself up for failure. That's what they should learn from this. Let me read another one. It says, they just tell on themselves sometimes. Another one, it says, even if it wasn't intentional, they shouldn't have been using pictures of actual people as targets. IMO. There are targets with a general outline of a person that works just as well, regardless of what the race was. It just seems morally wrong to use real pictures of people. I don't know. That just doesn't sit right with me. Exactly what I was saying. This one, it says, reminds me of the scene in Atlanta when the rednecks were using terrorist targets, but got mad at Darius when he used the cutout of a dog. Yes, that scene is so funny. If you guys haven't seen that show, it was so well put together. The Boondocks, the first 2 episodes of the Boondocks was really, really good. First 2 seasons of the Boondocks. The animated, it's a it's a comic strip or whatever from a newspaper is what it started off with. Aaron Gruger is the guy behind it. And then he made the animated show, and it came out on, I think it was Adult Swim, Comedy Central. And they did such a great job with the comic strip is really political. It has to, and he throws in like recent events or whatever, and it's in depth and thoughtful. And he had to soften it up for the animated, the cartoon, because it couldn't be so political, and it also couldn't be about specific events, because he wanted to make it like more timeless or whatever for people to watch it again and again without having all of the specific events that would make it dated. So anyways, with the softening up of the politics and with him trying to make it timeless, he ended up making like a real masterpiece with those first 2 seasons. I really do feel that way. And like, for Black people in the United States, we're very misunderstood. And it's because like the media doesn't do a good job of showing who we are. I guess they just don't care, or it's because you don't have enough like Black people that are in positions to be able to tell our story more authentically. But the Boondocks did a really good job of that, and it was great. I mean, the good, the bad, and the ugly with Black American culture, And if you go watch that show, only the first 2 seasons, because they pushed him out of the show like at the end of the first season or the middle of the 3rd season or whatever, and it totally went to shit after that. So don't watch it past the end of the 2nd season, please. Don't even waste your time. But the first 2 seasons are really great. And like I say, you didn't have very many good representations that was, when I say good, I mean that it was on point, like very accurate about Black American culture. So if you want to understand Black American culture better, go watch those 2 shows, because those 2 seasons of the Boondocks, because it really gives you an insight into the psychology, the motivations, a lot of that stuff. And we don't have much of that that's accurate out there. And what reason why I went into that is because they just talked about Atlanta. And Atlanta is another example that, like the Boondocks, that is very, very good at showing Black American culture and how Black people really are, how they think, how they move, what their motivations are and their fears, all of that stuff. Not like what you see most of the time. Most of the time, Black people are made into like a caricature within theater, within movies, sitcoms, whatever, you name it. You can get good, authentic Black American culture from music a lot of times. But it's hard to really, like, without really knowing the culture already, it's hard to really be able to extract it from the music, because the language is a barrier. A lot of people they're not able to understand the words in the way that they are intended, because they haven't gone through the culture. They're not from the culture. They're looking from the outside looking in, so they just don't get it. So, but that show Boondocks, you don't have to know the language of the culture to get a lot of that. And same thing with Atlanta. Like, I think this guy, why can't I think of his name? He came out as a rapper, Childish Gambino. What is his name? Anyways, I can't think of his name. The guy behind Atlanta. See, my brain is going. I'm trying to think of his name and I can't get it. But anyways, that's another masterpiece of showing what Black American culture is really like and how we think and our motivations. So the first couple of seasons, they have the new season, and it's probably not new anymore, but I watched the first 2 seasons. I don't think I made it much further than that, so I can't really comment past that. But the first 2 seasons, fantastic, perfect, great. And like I say, it's exceptional when it comes to Black American culture, which we don't get very much of. So most of the time it's caricature. So that one, check that mess out. Check it out. It's really good. And this, what they were alluding to right there, it's a very, very funny scene. And like, I mean, you want to be emotional and feel like something is racist or whatever the hell, then I don't know, don't waste your time or whatever, because you know it's gonna push your buttons if you're looking at getting your buttons pushed. But if you could just enjoy it for what it is, you don't have to be a Black person to enjoy that show. It's great. It's great. And if you aren't Black, then you can watch that show and you can understand Black people better if you care to. Another comment, it says, their aim by shooting at images of people of various ethnic backgrounds, disgusting. Yeah, I know. That was when I read it at the top. It said the posters were of various ethnic backgrounds. That's strange because I guess different people, if they feeling racist, then they could choose the different background that they want to shoot at. Like you want to shoot at Asians, you want to shoot at Black people, you want to shoot at white. Maybe it's Black people that came there and wanted to shoot at white people, and they got what they wanted. I don't know. Let me read another comment. It says, there's a restaurant in this town called the Peach Oyster Bar. A quick Google search looking at the images of this place will tell you everything you need to know about this town. Okay. So we got us a racist town, do we? Where is it at? It's in Florida. Where is this at? Georgia. Yeah, Georgia does have a history. They definitely do. Yeah, so that's really funny. I'm going back to the Atlanta thing. Like, they completely outraged that he put a dog up there as his target practice. Like, imagine if you went to your shooting range or whatever, and some guy brought his own targets, and he put some clips of some dogs on the thing. He'd probably get kicked out of there. They'll be like, "You can't do that. Get the hell out of here. You can never come back." People were really, really, really upset about that. That is so funny. That is hilarious, y'all. Go watch that show. Let me read another comment. It says, if it's only white targets, it's racism. If it's only Black targets, it's also racism. So let's stop with the woke and fake moralist agenda. What does he mean if it's only white targets? So I guess they're saying that because it was different, it was a group, ethnic group, then it's not racist because it was all different kinds of people. Well, I guess, and like I was saying at the beginning of this, I really don't think that was necessarily their intention, just from what the stuff that I read about this story. But at the same time, why the hell did they put, colors on the people? And reading another comment, it says, so a white target would have been okay. They said they had white targets. And so, but if it was, the image is a white guy shooting a Black guy on the target. So if you completely flip that and have the white target and have a Black guy shooting at the target, then the optics will still be bad. One comment says, is this The Onion? The Onion is it's jokes, The Onion, and they're pretty funny. I follow them on Instagram, and they post untrue stories that could be true, that sound true, with the same kind of headlines as other news sources. It's pretty funny to me, but it could be dangerous because people don't know. So this guy asking the question, is it The Onion, is pretty funny. Let me read this one. It says, we really have tone-deaf people that didn't anticipate the images of white people shooting life-size pictures of Black people will cause backlash actually managing a police department. Well, like I said, with the internet, it's clips. So it's the little clip, it's the little image, it's this image frozen in time that caused the outrage. And maybe, yeah, they didn't anticipate it. They had a lot going on, not giving them any excuses. That sounds like an excuse. But what I'm saying is it's a lot more going on than this one still image. So yeah, they probably didn't think that it would be a problem. The internet highlights things. Another comment, it says, that apology, I'm sorry you feel that way. They're not even recognizing the actual issue. Another comment, it says, this is an overreaction yet again. I think both sides have valid points on that. Who knows what their intentions was? It's hard to know what's in the heart of a man or woman. Very difficult. Is that the last one? Man, where is everybody? I didn't get nobody tonight. I'm disappointed in you guys. Boo. This is an opportunity, a place where you guys can have open discussions about sensitive topics, maybe learn some stuff. And I invite anybody to come. I put the freaking StreamYard link as the first comment on the show every night. And I tell people to come and join. I even talk to the people all the time, and people always say they're going to join, but they never do. Where else can you do this kind of thing? Like a subject where we could talk about topics from multiple angles and from different views, from the left, from the right, or whatever. And, I've learned how to kind of control the conversation in a way that can allow us to actually have a conversation instead of just arguing. And it's something that's well needed, and you guys don't take advantage of it. So it's kind of disappointing. Hold on. Let me see. Oh, she got my phone. Damn it. I can't even do that. So I guess I'll just go to this. Probably the only people watching are feds, the damn FBI police or something. Yeah, this is the one I skipped over earlier. Should I cover this? More contaminated water. Those forever chemicals are scary, scary stuff. I don't know if I want to cover this. 3M is such a huge company too. Let's just do the headline of it. It says, Associated Press, chemical manufacturer 3M has agreed to pay at least $10.3 billion to settle lawsuits over contamination of many U.S. public drinking water systems with potentially harmful compounds known as PFAS. So, forever chemicals in the water system, and them just paying $10.3 billion. And 3M is a huge company. So $10.3 billion is a drop in the bucket. It's a penny, less than a penny to them. Like, it doesn't mean anything. And again, it's the cost of doing business. And then they said forever chemicals. Forever chemicals, that means in the water forever. So, and that's the reason why I don't like these suits as a means of punishing these companies, because they don't care about it. They have a budget for this. Meanwhile, they get to put this stuff out that's going to be there forever and can have who knows what kind of impacts on people, basically polluting the drinking water. Like, 3M does a lot of stuff, but I think of them about what? Tape, office supplies and stuff. Like, why the hell are they spilling chemicals in the water? Let's read some of this, because now I'm talking about it and it got me curious. So I was thinking about getting a job with this company. I was at school, I was somewhere, and then it was one of the companies that was coming and trying to get people to get on with them. They were doing recruiting, and they pay really well. let's see, 3M reaches 10.3 billion settlement over contamination of water systems with forever chemicals. It's let's see, who wrote this? It's AP John Flesher yesterday. It says Traverse City, Michigan, chemical manufacturer 3M company will pay at least $10.3 billion to settle lawsuits over contamination of many U.S. public drinking water systems with potentially harmful compounds used in firefighting foam and a host of consumer products, the company said Thursday. The deal would compensate water providers for pollution with per and polyfluorinated substances known collectively as PFAS, a broad class of chemicals used in nonstick, water, and grease-resistant products such as clothing and cookware. Described as forever chemicals because they don't degrade naturally in the environment, PFAS have been linked to a variety of health problems, including liver and immune system damage and some cancers. The compound have been detected at varying levels in drinking water around the nation. The Environmental Protection Agency in March proposed strict limits on two common types, PFOA and PFOS, and said it wanted to regulate four others. Water providers would be responsible for monitoring their systems for these chemicals. The agreement would settle a case that was scheduled for trial earlier this month involving a claim by Stuart, Florida, one of about 300 communities that have filed similar suits against companies that produced firefighting foam or the PFAS it contained. 3M Chairman Mike Roman said the deal was an important step forward that builds on the company's decision in 2020 to phase out PFOA and PFOS and its investments in state-of-the-art water filtration technology in our chemical manufacturing operations. The company based in St. Paul, Minnesota, will halt all PFAS production by the end of 2025, he said. Well, that's good. I mean, okay, like I said, I don't really like the suits, but if it's forcing them to stop what they're doing, then that's what needs to happen. I mean, paying out a suit, I mean, who knows where the money is going or what benefits it's going to really have. If the money goes to cleaning the shit up or whatever, making systems safer, then I'm all for it. It says the settlement will be paid over 13 years and could reach as high as $12.5 billion, depending on how many public water systems detects PFAS during testing that EPA has required in the next 3 years. And Dallas-based attorney Scott Summy, one of the lead attorneys for those suing 3M and other manufacturers, the payment will help cover costs of filtering PFAS from systems where it has been detected and testing others, he said. Oh, okay, so that's what I said. So yeah, okay, good. It says the result is that millions of Americans will have healthier lives without PFAS in their drinking water. Earlier this month, 3 other companies, DuPont, reached a $1.18 billion deal to resolve PFAS complaints about 300 drinking water providers. A number of states, airports, firefighters, training facilities, and private well owners also have sued. The cases are pending in the U.S. District Court in Charleston, South Carolina, where Judge Richard Gergel is overseeing thousands of complaints alleging PFAS damages. A trial of complaint by the city of Stuart, Florida, had been scheduled to begin this month, with delay to allow time for additional settlement negotiations. Okay. Yeah, my throat is getting dry. Do we have a video we can play? This one is kind of interesting. In 1960, David Latimer planted a spiderwort sprout inside of a large glass bottle, added a quarter pint of water, and then sealed it shut. He opened the bottle 12 years later in 1972 to add some water, and then sealed it for good. The self-contained ecosystem has flourished for more than 60 years. The garden is perfectly balanced and self-sufficient ecosystem. The bacteria in the compost eat the dead plants and break down the oxygen that is released by the plants, turning it into carbon dioxide, which is needed for photosynthesis. The bottle is essentially a microcosm of Earth. That really appeals to my nerdy side. Really cool stuff right there. Yeah, I wanted to cover that, but let's play this to give myself a little. Wait, am I sharing? I feel like I'm not sharing. Nope, I'm not sharing. Damn it, y'all didn't even see what I was showing just now. I'm starting to get tired. So it helps when I have somebody else in here. What did I pass up that I should have showed? Oh, this picture right here. Can y'all see this? Okay, yeah. This is what I was talking about. What did I talk about before that? I talked about the 3M, so it doesn't really matter with that. But this one is the picture of the thing that's basically, it says, the bottle is essentially a microcosm of Earth. That's the photo. Pretty cool stuff. Pretty cool stuff. Okay, I need a little break.
For it?
Well, given the fact that we...
Is it really free if you're raising taxes to pay for it?
Well, given the fact that we have the billionaire class paying a lower tax rate than working families, I think it's appropriate that the wealthiest people in this country stop paying their fair share of taxes. Thanks very much.
The Wall Street tax would hit average Americans saving for retirement.
What people say that? People on Wall Street. Thank you.
Is it really free if you're raising taxes to pay for it?
Well, given the fact that we have the billionaire class paying a lower tax rate than working families, I think it's appropriate that the wealthiest people in this country stop paying their fair share of taxes. Thanks very much.
I thought they already
Wall
cleared.
Street tax would hit average Americans saving for retirement.
What people say that? People on Wall Street. Thank you.
I thought they already kicked this out. Is this old? June 21st. It says, when Bernie Sanders says the richest Americans should pay more taxes, a Fox reporter tries to tell him, people say the Wall Street tax would hit the average American saving for retirement. So he says, what people say that? People on Wall Street, and walks away. Fox News posted this. I guess it was supposed to make Bernie look bad, but I don't see that. What is this one? Why is this underneath this? Is this under the same thread? Okay, it's not under the same thread. It's a different retweet. I don't know if I want to stay on this long. Let me see. Let's see the tweet replies. Instead of paying taxes, the super rich who say canceling student debt is too expensive are spending millions trying to kill your student debt cancellation. It says right now the Supreme Court is hearing the case that could kill student debt relief. Behind the lawsuit is shady network of conservative oligarchs like the Koch brothers, the Mercers, and the billionaire founder of Home Depot. They're working overtime to keep you in debt. Who's funding the law against student debt? This argument, like we talked about this on the show, pretty heavy, and the guys, you know, I'm sensitive to this anyways. I got student loan debt, and I have student loan debt myself, and so it will be nice. And but I don't understand how people who are against it. I get the argument, but the people who aren't even the people who have paid their students debt back, and they're like, we saved money or whatever. But then you got the people who got rich families who, you know, pay for them to go to school, and then they're talking. I don't see how they can talk, but anyways, let me play a little bit of this.
Heard about the corporate-backed right-wing network trying to sabotage your student debt relief at the Supreme Court? I didn't think so. The media's been all over President Biden's plan to eliminate up to $20,000 in student debt. But there's one critical piece they've left out of this coverage. Who's funding the lawsuit against it? Pull back the curtain and you'll see what's really going on here.
All right, back.
The Supreme Court is hearing two cases that will decide the current fate of Biden's proposed student debt relief plan. One of those cases, Department of Education versus Brown, was ostensibly brought by a woman named Myra Brown from Texas. She argues that she's harmed by this debt relief plan because her privately funded student loans are not eligible to be eliminated. Ironically, she's already a beneficiary of debt cancellation. The government forgave her $48,000 Paycheck Protection Program business loan during the pandemic. But Myra Brown is just a patsy. The case was actually brought and funded by an extreme right-wing donor network, deceptively named the Job Creators Network. The group argues Biden's student loan cancellation plan should be struck down on the grounds that such relief represents government overreach and reckless government spending. Funny enough, that network is comprised of the same Trump-loving billionaires and corporations that were happy to be showered with the GOP's $1.9 trillion tax cut for the rich and countless corporate subsidies. The Job Creators Network even had their own debt canceled. Their $135,000 Paycheck Protection Program loan in 2020 was forgiven. The Job Creators Network passes itself off as just a bunch of entrepreneurs who care about small businesses. But let's take a look at who funds the group that is hell-bent on keeping you loaded with student debt, shall we? Let's start with Bernie Marcus, who organized the Job Creators Network in 2010 and just so happens to also be the co-founder and former CEO of everyone's favorite small business, Home Depot. Marcus is worth a whopping $8.8 billion and has showered the Job Creators Network with $3.9 million over the past decade. Marcus has no shame in using his billions to try to buy elections for conservative and far-right politicians who serve corporate power. He spent $64 million backing the likes of Mitch McConnell, Ron DeSantis, and Donald Trump, among others. And Home Depot happily accepted over $94 million of government subsidies. Apparently, he's pro-government spending when it comes to corporate subsidies, but canceling student debt for millions of borrowers across the country, that's a bridge too far. He recently said that no one wants to work because they're all too lazy, too fat, and too stupid.
Billionaire and Home Depot co-founder Bernie Marcus is blasting socialism, rightly so, for making things worse because socialism sucks.
But he's not the only extreme right-wing donor behind the effort. Meet everyone's favorite hedge fund family of white nationalists, the Mercers. Perhaps you've heard of the Mercer family. The Mercers are mega donors who were probably more responsible than anyone for making Steve Bannon a household name and getting Donald Trump elected in 2016. They're also part owners of Breitbart News, which it seems never met a white nationalist it didn't like. Rebecca Mercer runs a pro-Trump group called Making America Great. They splurge on trying to elect right-wingers and have given over $1 million to the Job Creators Network. Who else is part of this hodgepodge of government-hating billionaires who love government handouts? None other than the Koch brothers, the OG billionaire backers of the right. The Job Creators Network partners include the likes of FreedomWorks and the American Legislative Exchange Council, or ALEC, groups that the Koch donor network and its dark money empire has used in their ongoing corporate takeover of the US government. And that's not all. Those Ben Shapiro wannabes on campus with Turning Point USA,
there's no such thing as white privilege or racism, so.
Also a partner of the network. But it's not just individual far-right billionaires that are bankrolling the Job Creators Network. It's also big corporations themselves. The Retail Industry Leaders Association has given $4.6 million since 2012, and the National Restaurant Association threw in another $100,000. RELA and the NRA, yes, there's another NRA, are industry groups funded by corporations like Walmart, Home Depot, Dollar General, Starbucks, Olive Garden, Applebee's, and Disney. They've splurged millions upon millions of dollars lobbying to crush efforts to raise the minimum wage and expand union rights. They say they're against government spending, but what they're really against is government spending for working people. Take it from Melissa Byrne, who has been on the front lines fighting for student debt relief for years.
98% of the people who applied for debt relief come from zip codes making under $75,000 a year. 2/3 of the people come from zip codes making under $40,000 a year. So these are people who are struggling. These are people who, if the loans turn back on, won't be able to make payments. Will have to, maybe you won't be able to make rent, won't be able to do other things, put groceries, pay for health insurance. And so this debt relief really helps make families whole.
The billionaire funders of the Job Creators Network also have friends on the very same Supreme Court that will be ruling on the group's lawsuit. Talk about overreach. One big donor to the Job Creators Network, Philip Anschutz, is a Colorado billionaire who backed the rise of Supreme Court Justice Neil Gorsuch. Then there's the Federalist Society, which has overseen the corporate takeover of our federal courts, including the Supreme Court. The Koch brothers and the small business entrepreneur Bernie Marcus are among the Federalist Society's top donors. Supreme Court justices like Samuel Alito, Clarence Thomas, and Brett Kavanaugh are openly chummy with the Federalist Society and have earned major applause from speeches at its events. And now they'll be deciding on the Job Creators Network student loan lawsuit, brought to them by the same big donors that give to their pals at the Federalist Society. And finally, just stay in the matrix with me for one more second. A slew of billionaires, industry groups, and think tanks that are all part of the same corporate ecosystem that supports the mission of the Job Creators Network, from the Cato Institute and the Manhattan Institute to Betsy DeVos and the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, are also stepping in to back the group's lawsuit aiming to crush student debt relief. They're submitting statements of support for the lawsuit to the Supreme Court, and the Cato Institute even has its own lawsuit against student debt relief. So let's do a little recap. The same billionaires and corporations that don't want you to have higher wages, that want to bust your unions, that don't want you to have decent and free medical care, that want to dictate what you do with your body, that want more tax cuts for the super rich, they're the ones that also want you to stay neck deep in student debt so that they can continue to profit and so that your life remains so precarious that you don't have a choice but to just shut up and accept the crumbs that they give you. That's who's backing this lawsuit. Not a small business group, a right-wing political behemoth who opposes anything that helps Americans stay afloat.
Oh man, I think that yes, I think that they want to keep the vice grip on, they want to keep breaking up the middle class. They don't want people to be moving up. They like to say that the United States is a place of opportunity and everybody can just be successful or whatever if you just work hard or whatever. But they put all these barriers in the way of allowing that to actually literally happen. The ones that make it through are the ones that hit the lottery, the ones that make it in the NFL, the NBA. Very, very few. They want to keep those numbers small, and then they big up those stories and they say, hey, look, this person did it, so that means you can do it. But meanwhile, you have all of these barriers in the way of you getting that where, to the point where you don't have to work at Home Depot or whatever. That's what they want. They want you to not have these opportunities. So like getting an education will keep you from having to work a job at Home Depot or whatever. So then Home Depot would have to pay more to get people to work there at their job. So they want plenty of people to work on their damn plantations. And they won't have them if they have a bunch of educated folks. And man, they mentioned Betsy DeVos in that montage, and it's like, oh my gosh, she's the one. And I talk about her all the time, like related to education. She is the biggest, and Trump named her the Secretary of Education. She didn't have no real she wasn't qualified for that job. She wasn't. I'm sorry. And Trump was saying, yeah, I hired all the best people, all the most qualified people. She was clearly one of those cases where she wasn't qualified for that job. But she was, if you look at it as the whole point was to dismantle the system and to push it to charter schools and so forth and so on. So like, again, fewer opportunities for regular folks and basically closing the door for regular folks. And, so if you don't already have money, if you wasn't born to a wealthy family, if you don't have kind of like special opportunities that have been given to you that aren't given to everyone else or most other people, then that's what it's about. I think, just keeping people from having opportunities, man. Like they tell you to go to school to better your life or whatever, but then they keep raising the price of tuition. And then they're like, okay, well, we're going to level the playing field and we're going to give you financial aid. But the financial aid doesn't cover the full cost of tuition. So, you either gotta pay that difference yourself out of pocket, or you take out loans to make up the difference. And then by the time you get out of school, you have this huge amount of loans that you have to pay back. I mean, it's whatever. I mean, I get the argument about like you signed up for those loans, so you have to pay them back. Okay, yeah, the whole intention was to pay them back, but it will be, the student loan debt relief thing is a thing to take some pressure off of these people, like, give them a hand or whatever. And a lot of people, are just don't want anybody to get any help, you know what I mean? And I'm gonna tell you, I'm a student. I'm taking summer classes right now, and I'm on financial aid. And my financial aid, I paid for 2 classes this semester, and my financial aid only covered a portion of it, and I flipped the bill for the rest of it. It was $1,700 that I had to pay out of my pocket, not including books and whatever other expenses that I needed. This was just for the classes themselves. And, it hurt. It hurt. I'm a little behind. I ain't gonna lie. I would have preferred to have the loan kick in and cover the rest of that, just so that I can live better. I think that's a part of it that they don't really like talk about. It's like, because person like me, I'm, the average student, they're supposed to be young. They just cut out of school. Maybe they still live with their parents. Their parents help them with the cost of tuition or whatever. But you have a lot of folks out there that's like me. I don't have any help at all. So I got to cover all those bills on my own. So while I'm covering the bills for school, I still have to cover the bills for rent, light, phone bill, gas, food to eat. So then that's where the loans coming in helps, because it helps me cover the school, and then I can use the money that I have to pay my bills. So anyways, I know people don't really care, whatever. It's like, oh, you just want a free handout. No, I work hard, man. I work 5 days a week. I go to school 2 days a week. How many days are left after that? Do your math. Do a little bit of math. There's no other time. So all my time is spent either working or going to school. And I'm not a lazy person, and I'm not looking for handouts. I'm actually really trying to, improve my life and improve the life of my family. I have children, and it's tough out here for folks like us who don't have family members to pay for everything. We don't live at home with someone. We don't have someone covering our bills for us. And there's like, oh, well, it's unfortunate, well, then just go be a trash collector or something, go drive trucks or something. Yeah, I don't want to drive trucks. I don't want to be a trash collector. I don't want to be a janitor. It's I think about that line where they say, what do they say? The fruit rotting on the tree, like, and that's what it is. Like, a lot of us here in the United States, a lot of us, it's talent that's just going to waste. You have really intelligent people who are very capable, and they really want to make a difference. They want to help. They want to improve their life. They know they can do it. They have the abilities, but they have all these barriers in the way to keep them from doing it. So that's the class structure of the United States. Certain people it's the same people's families that end up being in positions of power and being in, lawyer, doctor, whatever, like professional. Their parents were professionals. So my parents weren't. So I guess I'm not, I'm not good enough for it. What's up, Doc? How you feeling, man? Can you hear me? I already been on for 3 hours. I ain't gonna lie. I don't know how much longer I'm gonna go, because I've been talking the whole time too, and like my voice is tired. I had nobody on here, so I basically been talking for 3 hours.
Yeah, I understand how
It
that
is what it is. What you say?
I say I understand how that is.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. It takes a lot of energy.
Dude, I did some voiceover for like 2 hours straight the other day. It felt like I had been talking through an entire 8-hour shift.
Telling you, it's just like a third. That's what I call this. I call this my third shift. I work 2 shifts at work. I work a lunch and dinner. Then I come home and do my third shift, which is the show. And I don't get paid for this.
Well, see, the funny thing is, I realized about a year ago that I'm an average waiter. I'm okay. But what I really do well is I'm an entertainer that brings food to the table. And I'll tell you, I go in 6 days a week, but I hardly feel like I work more than a day or two.
That's good. That's nice. I mean, I ain't gonna lie. I'm a waiter for a reason. I don't want to be outside in the sun. I don't want to be lifting and packing shit all day. So
My first career was from 19 till about 26. I was outdoor construction. When I moved down here to Houston, the going away party was a big bonfire. I threw my damn tool belt on the bonfire. I said, never again.
yeah, man.
I'm not going out the way my dad did.
Yeah, man. It's a lot of people. I was reading a story just today or yesterday. It was talking about people who pick strawberries, and they use a lot of chemicals and shit related to that. And it's like the lifespan of these people is like 45 years old or whatever. Like a lot of these people don't make it past 45. The ones that have a career in picking strawberries, like they've done it their whole life, they die early.
A lot of these laborers do. I mean, they're bending all. They're bending, they're stretching, they're reaching, they're pulling, they're lifting. They're out there in all kinds of weather. They're handling stuff that's barely been rinsed, if at all, from pesticides. I mean, I'm surprised we don't see a lot more flipper babies amongst them.
Yeah, well, a lot of them do have birth defects where like toes that are connected together and fingers that don't work properly, stuff like that, and it's a lot of internal stuff that you don't see, like heart defects, kidney defects, yeah, they do.
Lots of liver problems because the liver is trying to process the poisons up their body.
Yeah. So that's really sad. I mean, I think the physical labor isn't nearly as bad as just dealing with all those chemicals, that unnatural ass shit. Because, I like to be physical. I like to lift to a certain extent. I think it's good for you. But them damn chemicals and then out there in the sun all the time, that stuff there is what I think gets you.
I'm a firm believer that work is a 4-letter word, and we shouldn't use it in mixed company unless we have to.
All right, I got a sensitive topic right here. This one, it says, my grandmother didn't die to provide cover for Israeli soldiers murdering Palestinian grandmothers in Gaza. The present Israeli government ruthlessly and cynically exploits the continuing guilt among Gentiles over the slaughter of Jews in the Holocaust. So I'm going to play this, but I think that's what he's going to say in the clip. But it's like, in Israel, it's like, okay, they had the Holocaust, and it was very, very sad, a horrible thing that happened.
It's just, I'm sorry, but it's a trump card that gets played way too much. And it's a horrible thing that happened. And it's like what I was everyone that says something that you don't agree with being, I did not see that coming, I mean, it's getting to the point where it's like, yeah, okay, and what else?
Yeah, that's what I was about to say, is that they use that as an excuse to basically do horrible ass stuff, and then you can't call them out on it because if you do, then you're anti-Semite, So it's like, okay, just because your horrible stuff happened to your people, and that's true, but if you do horrible things, then we can't call you out on that because horrible stuff happened to your ancestors. That's not right.
You gotta understand that's the position that I've been in about a whole lot of shit.
Yeah. I mean, and there's other situations where you can use that still, like, black people screaming racism all the time. And sometimes it's just them, it's not really real. They use it as a cover. So they go into a store, they go into a restaurant, and they act the ass, and then somebody, I don't know, puts them out or tells them they can't come or something, and then they say, "Oh, you're racist. You're doing it because I'm black." It's like, no, it's because you're being an asshole.
I got called racist by a guy I'd known for over 20 years because I didn't vote for 44 the second time. That's another word that it no longer has the meaning that it used to.
Yeah.
I was brought up as an Orthodox Jew and a Zionist. I had family in Israel and I have friends in Israel. I've known most of the prime ministers of Israel, starting with the founding prime minister, David Ben-Gurion. Golda Meir was my friend. My parents came to Britain as refugees from Poland. Most of their families were subsequently murdered by the Nazis in the Holocaust. My grandmother was ill in bed when the Nazis came to her hometown of Stachov. A German soldier shot her dead in her bed. Madam Deputy Speaker, my grandmother did not die to provide cover for Israeli soldiers murdering Palestinian grandmothers in Gaza. The present Israeli government ruthlessly and cynically exploit the continuing guilt among Gentiles over the slaughter of Jews in the Holocaust as justification for their murder of Palestinians.
And I think that's wholeheartedly true and very, very sad. And it's good that it's coming from a guy that's, actually had ancestors that were persecuted. It carries more weight coming from him than if it was from somebody else.
I'm looking at how everyone's all, well, Israel is such a great place now. Now, mind you, I am basically on the side of Israel existing as a state and all that. I do think that they're going way overboard. I think that there's bad crap going on both sides, and I think it's major overreaction. The whole shock and awe, overpower when they come at you kind of thing. But the truth is, Israel has free college, full health care, full care for the elderly, and they brag about it, but it's on the American dime.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, we subsidize probably half of all of that for their people.
And won't do it for us.
We're sitting here arguing about whether or not we should give our kids free food.
Yeah, we talked about that. I don't know. Did I talk about that in the show last week?
That last week. That's why I tied. I try to tie in back shows when I can. Refer back, make some contact. That's why when we come up with something that we've covered on a show before, I don't try to just stop and go, "Oh well, we've covered it." I kind of try to touch it briefly because not everybody watches all of our shows.
Right.
And sometimes, it's good to cue back and go, "Hey, man, we have talked about this," and then
so
try to
get them to go back and watch it.
Yeah.
Let's read some.
People ask me about it. I'll try to find it and do a show or post it for them, or I'll let you know. If someone asks me a lot about some things, I'll go ahead and go, "Hey, man, make a clip about it."
Yeah. On YouTube, you can do remixes of videos yourself, and you can do like little shorts and post them like you can clip the videos yourself. They have this tool that's right underneath the video, and it says remixes, and you click it, and you could do like a little 15-second short that you can clip out of a lot of videos if they have it available, because they can make it unavailable. But I have it available on all of mine as far as I know. And so anybody can do little clips of those. So if you find a little part on there that you want to clip out, you can do it.
You see, what I've been thinking of doing is getting some of the ones, and I've got this, remember that the drawing on the chalkboard program that called Doodly, where it just draws the doodles? I actually have that program and stuff. So I've been thinking about trying to figure out how to use that, maybe clip a couple of shorts, maybe set up a couple of them to some of our to a sound clip or something like that. It's easier. It's a lot easier to do a voiceover to your video than it is to time a sound file to your videos on it, though.
Yeah.
But I'm learning. It's something new that looked good, and for like $150, I got a lifetime subscription to the Enterprise program on it, which lets me download anytime they come up with new pieces. I'm allowed to get chunks of it.
Let me read a couple tweet replies underneath this one. The first one, it says, I fear Gerald Koofman would not last a Starmer's world. Criticism of the apartheid Israel government and its appalling treatment of Palestinians and theft of land and contravention of UN directives never was nor is anti-Semitic. Shame on the UK and the West not saying this also. Another comment says the Israel's government's policy is nothing but Israel Lebanon Suram. Call it what it is. See, I don't even know that word. Lebanon Shram. I don't know that word.
Lebanon Shram.
Another comment, it says everything has got worse since 2009. Another comment says Gerald Kaufman was the righteous one. Another comment, it says very good man, but calling War of Independence is not appropriate. Calling War of Independence.
Okay, Lebensraum, the definition is a German concept of expansionism and Bolshevik nationalism, philosophy and practices of which were common to German politics from the 1890s to 1940s. First popularized around 1901, became a geopolitical goal of Imperial Germany in World War I as the core element of territorial expansion. The most extreme form of this ideology was supported by the Nazi Party and Nazi regime, and that's the first little paragraph off of the Wikipedia.
I think it's ironic that what Israel has become is so similar to what, you know, the reason why they created Israel in the first place was for protection of Jews, people, to have them a place to go.
To give them their own country, finally.
And I understand that. And but it's funny because, I mean, it's ironic that, you know, it seems like what they were fighting against is like what they've become.
Well, isn't that what happens when you fight something for so long, or when you work with something for so long, even if you oppose it, you become more like the things that you fight. Look at police. I mean, the longer they're in the police, the more angry they become, the more violent they become, the more criminalistic and gray area that they step into. Because, you know, when you deal with evil, when you truck with evil, it does rub off on you. I mean, it doesn't mean you're going to be evil, but it will always mean that there will be a darkness in you that you will act with, and it is part of you.
That's very unfortunate.
Yeah, because cops, man, when I grew up, cops were heroes. Except small town sheriffs. Small town sheriffs were the evil bastards. The regular cops were all pretty nice.
I think something has changed with that. Let me read this one. It says, slander Palestine with the system. This is a form of violation of the teachings of the Torah. This is the era of openness. The violation of the teachers of the Torah is very massive and vulgar and managed according to the system by Israel. I don't really get what they mean with that. I think I'm gonna move on because this one is a really sensitive ass subject.
They're basically saying that they're using the laws of God and the laws of the Torah to violate the laws of the Torah. Kind of like Christians use the word of God to assault people with.
Right.
You know, they use the law of God in contradiction of the words to judge, demean, and diminish people
Right.
rather than to uplift and join and raise up.
Yeah. So like instead of like love thy neighbor, it's like, you know,
Because ultimately, religion is supposed to be about uplifting and creating a society and making things better. I don't know of any religion that says, "Hey, we're here to mess shit up." Say we want to be the bad guys. You know, everyone chucks on the Luciferians, the Church of Lucifer, Satan, and the number one tenet is honesty. Honesty with yourself and honesty with the world. You don't have to be a nice guy, you don't have to be a good guy, but you do have to be honest with yourself that you're an asshole. And you have to be honest with people. It's like, yeah, I'm an asshole. I mean, that is one of the major tenets of the Luciferian Church, which is really strange. You wouldn't think that.
yeah.
And well, the Bible says, Satan, Lucifer, the father of lies and stuff like that, but he's not really the follower. He's not really the progenitor of lies and untruth. If you think about it, he's actually ultimately the symbol of self-deception. The evil that lies within, the evil that lies within the garden. The garden is man in a way, and he is the evil that lies within. And the bad wolf listened to him and bad things happen instead of the good wolf listening and making things better. The bad wolf was fed tying in, another mythology. Just one of those words. I've had lots of more spiritual thoughts and things lately, trying to clean out some cobwebs.
Yeah. Did you ever see that show, American Gods?
Yes, loved that show. Ian McShane is one of my favorite actors, and I liked the dude that played Shadow, because I first caught him in the 100, and I'm like, man, this guy, he's way outclassing these guys. I think he's going to be big one day, and I'm hoping he gets some good parts, man, because I like him as an actor.
Yeah, they let him. He carried that show, Shadow Moon.
And believe it or not, the girlfriend, the zombie girlfriend. Remember the movie Sucker Punch about the girl in the middle ward fighting the things and the big crazy stuff going on? That's her.
I don't think I saw that.
Oh, right. Very, very interesting mental kind of show. Great action, anime action style flick. Basically her battling all these bad people and monsters and stuff. And I'd love to tell you a little bit more, but if I do, it's going to give away an awesome little twist ending that you should see coming in the first 20 minutes. But if you don't, well, I don't want to spoil it.
Well, say the name again. I'm going to try to mentally follow it.
Sucker Punch.
Okay. And it was a TV show?
No, it was a movie.
It was a movie. Okay. I'm going to check it out because she did a good job in that. Yeah, I finally got around to watching American Gods. I don't know. I had been wanting to see it for the longest, but it was on.
It's got horrible ratings.
It was on whatever it was on. I didn't have, and recently I added it to my little repertoire of stations that I have access to. So I did a subscription to whatever channel it's on, and so I finally watched the first 2 seasons of it. It was pretty good. I'm into that kind of stuff. Me, I did a lot of studying. The American Gods. I did a lot of studying in religions and stuff. So, and if they were poking fun at the different religions, which I found entertaining.
No, I'll tell you, man. Who did Anansi? Orlando Bloom.
Yeah.
Great
Anansi.
job.
That's the name
Yeah.
I was trying to come up. I talked about it earlier in the show. Anansi. I was trying to remember which.
Strangely
God.
enough, I'm familiar with African religion fairly well.
Yeah, I was trying to remember which god he was supposed to represent. Yeah, that
Yeah,
was it.
you know, he went so far off book on that. That's why they didn't bring him back, because he went too far, dude. Too far preachy. Too far preachy. They wanted him to rein back and work that out. But the speech was so good. It's like, well, yeah, you done already said all the parts we needed you for, so we can't keep you on the show now. But man, that was good.
I think he did a great job.
The books are different, but well worth the read.
Yeah, apparently he did. Orlando Bloom, that was his name. Apparently he did too good of a job. So good, he got taken out the show. Anyways, I'm sure you heard about the sub. That was like the biggest news of the week. The sub.
Yeah, I've already seen the jokes. Hey, what color were their eyes? Blue. One blue this way, one blue that way.
The internet is really like eating this up. Like, yeah, some of it is pretty
It's like
funny.
a picture of a big shark saying, "Hey guys, send more canned food."
Oh man.
Say, you know, leave it to a couple of billionaires to pay $200,000 for the full Titanic experience 111 years later.
Oh my God.
It's going to be great for memes. It is a tragic loss.
Yeah.
It is a tragic loss for any human being and stuff like that. I'm going to flat say that right out. But you know what? I wish they'd put half the money and half the energy into taking a look to try to find some of these missing kids in the country.
Right.
Some of that
Right.
stuff going on. I mean,
And many other stuff.
it wouldn't slow down the search for two billionaires. I mean, heck, use their money to do their search. I mean, they'll be happy to be poorer if they're alive, but you know,
Yeah.
we know they're like a tin can down there somewhere. Just
They're done.
so it's like a beer can at a frat party. That
Yeah, it's a wrap for them. Let me read this right here. Check it out. It says 20 years jail for rescuing 1,000 low-income migrants who were forced to put their lives at risk. Expanding search for rescuing a few billionaires who chose to put their lives at risk. Criminalizing poverty and excusing opulence. Shaking my head. So it shows two headlines here. One from the Morning Star. It says German sea captain faces 20 years in jail for migrant rescue efforts. Okay, and then on the other side, it says missing Titanic sub search team expands search area as oxygen fears mount. So they're doing like a juxtapose here related to, okay, so this person here went
apples and
to,
oranges, man. Two entirely different subjects. Just
Well-
like saying we can use some of that money for more and energy over it somewhere else. It's not. You can't hold them up together and say, "Look, they're the same thing," but they're not.
well, I would agree with you that they're not. I think that, but I think that the point is that showing how our system is, this person, it shows, they don't care about the migrants.
Okay, Guy, we've got one person that's actually committing international crime and people with a whole bunch of money that were just stupid enough to go down in a tin can with a PlayStation controller.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well-
not the same.
Well, I mean, why is it a crime to rescue migrants? Why would that be a crime?
Rescuing the migrants wasn't the problem. Taking them to places where they weren't supposed to go to or weren't allowed to be was.
Well, if you're out there on the boat and you're watching these people die, you're not going to get in trouble for that.
That's like it's like the Cuba people and stuff like that. They try to drag them back to Cuba if they can, or somewhere, because they get in trouble if they drag them here.
Yeah, so then that leads people to just watch them drown. which that shouldn't be right either. I mean, you get what I'm saying?
I'm getting that you're pushing it to the fact that people are drowning instead of at risk of, like the article actually says. I get how you're trying to aggrandize it to make it sound like such a horrible, horrible thing when, bottom line is violation of international law. I mean, it's not like anything even we here in America, the U.S. can do about this. That's the Mediterranean Sea. That we have absolutely nothing to do with that over there. That's a completely other part of the world.
Yeah, as an American citizen,
And their laws. No, it's a German sea captain.
Yeah, so it was a German sea captain. So she probably happened to be out there on the boat, watching this happen and felt like she needed to help. But she got held accountable for trying to help. That's what I'm saying.
And again, it's faces that is not sentence. That's not going to. There's a lot of if then going. Let's get people upset on that article.
Yeah. Well,
see, like I said, I'm back on my middle ground. Figure out what, why, and where to go from there. I'm tired of being an outraged bitch for people pointing their fucking fingers and going, "Oh, look at that! Doesn't that piss you off?" Yeah, it does kind of piss me off. So let's find out more about it. Because
and that's kind of
I'm tired of wasting my pure rage, my pure outrage and anger and stuff on useless crap.
And that's kind of what I was saying too about the thing related to the sub, because it's like they telling you what you're supposed to be upset about. It's
to me, that is the same thing as an actor who makes $40 million a year jumping behind the wheel of a NASCAR or something like that and saying, "I'm going to be a racer now," and then smashing their crap all up against the wall. I'm not as worried about the star in the race car as I am the other 19 drivers on that track that he just bought his way into a high-skilled profession about. Just like these guys going down in that thing. It's like you're going down in an experimental vehicle that's untested, controlled by a PlayStation controller. Have fun, dudes. This is one of those. This is where Carpe Diem doesn't work. This is where YOLO doesn't work. This is actually fuck around and find out territory. And they fucked around and they found out.
Let me play some of this.
If you see people making jokes about the submarine and it's making you a little upset, I want you to know that you should be upset. You should be upset, but I don't want you to stop there. I don't want you to stop at being upset that there are some folks that are laughing at another human being's despair. I want you now to ask the next question, right? Don't get intellectually lazy now. Ask the next question. What could have possibly happened in these last 100 years to create a condition where millions of working class people had almost no empathy for a billionaire in despair? What could have happened? It can't just be that poor people are just angry and jealous. Like, don't get intellectually lazy now. You ask the question, go all the way, figure the whole thing out. Where could this lack of empathy come from? Could it be that poor and middle class, lower class people see the wealth that their labor creates being profiteered on at near oligarchy levels? So much so that they themselves are paywalled from the very things that their labor is supposed to provide them, like healthcare, like education, like access to education. Their living conditions are being commodified to such an extreme level that they don't even know if they can live in the places that they grew up in. And all of this is happening at the hands of millionaires and billionaires that are taking too much from what they're not creating. Could it be that? We literally just went through a global pandemic and watched millionaires and billionaires on corporate earning calls brag about raising the prices of basic goods to rake in record profits when we needed them the most. You're seeing these jokes online and you think that people are not nice. But the truth is, people are not dumb. Large corporation CEOs and billionaires fight tooth and nail. They hire lobbyists after lawyer after politician to make sure that the minimum wage stays exactly where it is as these large corporations grow exponentially in size based off of the labor of the people that they refuse to pay a living wage. You are never going to find empathy out of those people.
And you can't be mad at them for that. So, and
Dude,
there's a lot of off.
That rhetoric has been so repetitive ever since Occupy Wall Street, mid '80s. That I started hearing all of that, and the tone, the words don't change. I mean, the funny thing is, it's just words. No one's taking action. I mean, that's the thing. Everyone's talking about, oh, this is bad, this is bad. Okay, well, draft a law. Let's get stuff done. What
Well,
exactly? How do you exactly do that within the bounds of the Constitution and still make it fair? See, that's the thing. Everyone thinks everything is changed and everything is new, and all of a sudden the rules are against us. No, dude. You got to understand, the separation was already made before the laws came into being. When the laws were written, they were written by the people who had already put up a fence to say, here are the haves, here are the have-nots. Now that fence has changed locations and places up and down, but ever since the beginning of, one guy taking over a tribe and stuff and ruling over and beyond just I'm stronger than you, the people that have, the people that are rich, when the laws, we're going to make laws to make things right. Well, those laws benefit certain people more than others. They also benefit people or they work against people who will use circumstances to excuse a lack of morality. So it actually protects less than moral people on both ends of the spectrum.
I completely agree with you on that. So, but then that goes to what people talk about when they always go back to the Constitution. So, like, it's the unflawed and it's perfect.
Dude, I'm talking Magna Carta. I'm not talking Constitution. I'm talking Magna Carta. I'm talking law. I'm talking law of Hanna-Bari. I'm talking Roman law. The haves and the have-nots, they've been split for thousands of years. This is not new.
Well,
none of this is new.
Well, fighting against it is one of the ways you do that is with the unions. The
I'm
workers.
sorry, right now, I'm going to tell you, I've had some bad problems with unions. I have watched unions screw their people time and time again. I've watched money get bled from unions and go toward the same kind of things a certain three-letter organization did. All that money, no one knows where it is, but everyone in charge of that organization sure do have nice houses now and nice summer homes, and their grandparents have homes, and their mom, And a lot of times I've also seen unions turn around and get the price of things that they work for raised so high that people will pick up their business and move to another city rather than have to deal with the union because they can't afford to operate anymore. Now, that being said, 90% of unions are actually good, especially when they're co-op unions and unions that are built through mutual, especially when they're built through the mutual agreement of the workers and not some organizers trying to get up enough signatures under their belt to be able to pull this off.
Yeah, well,
I've been in a union before. I've been in 3 actually, and one of the ones I was in, took our money and screwed us, and literally said would literally sit there and just go, well, there's nothing wrong. You're making plenty of money. You get plenty of leave. Keep paying your union dues, or we're going to stop you from working in shops. You can't work unless you're a union member. Matter of fact, I got hired on, and I was told if I didn't join the union, they would not be able to allow me to stay after 30 days. This is one of the reasons I don't like unions. Say, it's a frat club. A lot of them. Now, I'm not saying all of them are like that, but I'm also saying a lot of them are going for benefits and stuff like that, way above and beyond anyone else at that same level of labor and same level of stuff is getting. They're supposed to be about protecting and making better, not necessarily gouging for everything they can, and definitely not stopping people from being able to work if they don't want to participate with them.
Yeah, well, nothing is infallible, and once you get bureaucrats involved in things, that's when it goes left. Always, it should be ran by the people, regular folks, and then you rotate around who are the leaders.
The fall of unions in the last 20 years has nothing to do with government legislation and all that. It's people literally leaving the unions because of what I said. They take your money and they don't really do anything for you unless you just happen to fall into that one little category that they can get and sue for to, of course, increase the holdings of the union and all that. I mean, people literally have been just kind of walking away from them more than they've been getting closed down. But at the same time, places like Starbucks, Amazon, and other places are really working hard on not unionizing.
Yep. There's a strike. There's a possible strike coming up for Starbucks. They're gearing up and getting ready for a strike for Starbucks. We'll see. Let me ask you this: the name of the show today.
People don't need $9 coffee at the expense of the livelihood of Brazilian and South American coffee farmers anyway.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of Starbucks at all, and I think
I was right up until they started going mafia on the South American coffee farmers, buying up all the farms, strong arming people out, playing bad guy games. I don't mind them going down there to get cheap coffee, man, but they started running people out of business, killing off small farms. I mean, no.
I think that's where the focus needs to be. But from a worker
Capitalism
standpoint,
is not bad. The problem is ethical capitalism. The ethics has been pulled out. It was the 80s, man. That Generation X where we skipped everything and said, we're not going to deal with this. More than half of Generation X just said, fuck it, I'm not dealing with this shit anymore. And now we're sitting in this place starting to look around and going, God damn, you people are going to make me have to deal with this shit.
yeah, well, when things went left, when you got the government using the military to back up and help these corporations, like with the banana wars and so forth and so on. So, yeah, I think that's where the focus needs to be. Actually, like, what are these companies doing? The workers don't have any power related to that, and that's what I be saying. Like, we live in a democracy, but our workplaces absolutely not.
If you're running ethically, your workers don't have to have power in the business. I mean, if you're running an ethical, responsible business, you'll pay them a little bit more. You'll chew a little bit less off all profits. You'll plant some freaking trees. You'll, go solar a little more. I mean, how much is too much and how much is enough? They're saying if you don't get at least 50 to 100% profit more than last year, then you're a failing business. I remember when the measure of whether a business was failing or successful was whether they made anything more than last year. And half the businesses measured whether they were doing well by everybody's paid, everybody got bonuses, and we have some money left in the bank. We had a good year.
Yeah, well, that's not how they look at things. But if Starbucks went completely away tomorrow, I wouldn't lose any sleep. And I don't think that they were an ethical business from the beginning. I don't even think that they ever had like an ethical business model ever. Like just their logo alone.
They started out genuine. They did. If you read their original company stuff as a Seattle mom and pop that blew up, they had the right idea. The idea was to bring good coffee to every neighborhood, to be a meeting place, a social. I mean, they really had a good idea. But then they got funded by the corporate people. And then when the corporate people got a hold of them, like Chewy's, the corporate people got a hold of Chewy's, and look what's happened. They got 50 stores now, but their food tastes like crap. They're sourcing out some of their stuff is they've completely changed some of their sources. I mean, and then with Starbucks, they're going down here buying main tracts of land. There was one farm that they built, or area that they bought. They literally isolated another coffee farm to where they had to pass through Starbucks property to get their stuff to market and back. And that's how they squoze them out and bought that property too. Because they literally were charging them to cross their land until...
I remember reading about that when I was taking my real estate class. There's something legal related to landlocking a property where you have to allow them.
That's in America. This is in South America. They're cutting down rainforest to grow coffee. I mean, why do you think they've got all that operation there? Because they don't have to follow the American laws.
Well, that makes
Why
sense.
do you think China was doing that research, gain of function research for us? Because we're not allowed to do it here by law. Why do you think we funded 5 biolabs in Ukraine? Because we can't do what can be done there under our laws.
Yeah, that's fucked up. And that's another way that we all went left. I heard somebody complaining they were talking about NAFTA being the reason. And I was like, that's not true, because NAFTA was the North American Free Trade Agreement, which was about them. They did exploit it, but they could only do that within like Mexico or whatever. They were saying that was what caused these companies to open up stuff in other places around the world, but that wasn't in it. It was just Canada, United States, Mexico, Guatemala, whatever. But
I think it was about a dozen out of like 23 countries.
Yeah. So, anyways, I don't know why I thought of that. That's kind of a sidetrack. Let me ask you this. The name of the show today was Prison World, or World Prison. And it's the idea of having a prison that has no walls, because I was watching the show Silo, and it got me thinking about that, and this other show called Severance. And I was thinking about the idea of how you would create a prison that people wouldn't know they were in it, and there were no walls, what do you think? What does that make you think about?
I say we are amidst a 5th generational warfare right now, and all you have to do to see an example of what you're talking about is look out your window.
That's kind of what I'm getting at. And loops is another part of this that I was thinking about, because I was thinking that I feel like I'm in a loop.
That's a sign that they changed something in the Matrix, a glitch.
Right, a glitch. So loops, I feel like, I've been stuck in a loop, and I just like kind of do the same things every week or whatever. And it's like I'm stuck in this loop. I can't, I created it myself, but I can't, I'm sure I can adjust it or change it, but it's like, do I want to escape it? Because I created the loop myself. And then I'm just doing this loop over and over and over again. And I'm
Okay.
like stuck in it like
Amongst that
Groundhog
loop,
Day.
here's the things to ask yourself when you feel that way. Do you have something established long term goal?
Yes.
Do you have medium and short term goals established as well?
Yes. I would say yes.
All right. So do you have more short term goals than medium and more medium than long term?
I think I mostly focus on long-term goals. I don't think I have as many short-term goals as I do medium to long-term goals.
Okay. There's where your rut is. There's where your loop is. You are not allowing yourself small successes. So since it takes so long to get to a medium or long success, you feel like you're traveling in a circle, like you're not accomplishing anything because you don't have those little steps to count on.
Those little successes to celebrate.
Those are the things that bolster your spirit and buoy you up. It's like, man, today was a good day. Tomorrow I can start from here. Or if things go bad tomorrow, you can clean. Hey man, yesterday wasn't bad. I got something done. I'm still, no matter what, I started the day out further ahead than I was yesterday, the day before. Just a little bit at a time. I'm working, I got to get my license and stuff. I'm working on a car. I'm working on the house. I'm working on my own writing and channels and discussions and things like that. And all of those have short, medium, and long-term goals in it. That way it's like, hey, I'm getting something done. If it's a big long-term thing, like my big long-term now is taking all of my handwritten notebooks and getting them, all my loose notes and getting them into a notebook and then getting that notebook put in the computer. That is a medium and long-term goal right there, that as long as I'm working, transferring stuff every few days, I'm getting a little done. That goal is becoming more and more achieved. And it's not much, but compared to where I was a year ago, I've had no major successes in my life, but I'm still further along than I was. I'm now looking at month to month instead of week to week survival.
That's good. And I'm glad you said that, because it gives me something to think about, and it really helped me a little bit right there. So I do this for this show as a therapy too for myself, and so yeah, focusing on those little successes is something I need to focus on.
How many followers do you have now? How many subscribers?
Well, I'll be on that. I'm at 420 now.
And where were you?
Oh, I've been exploding lately.
Okay, well, see, like what I'm saying.
The shorts
Instead of
are
having
helping
a
a
goal
lot.
of 1,000, 500 is your next goal, right?
Yep.
Then 750, then 1,000, then
Yeah.
2,
Yeah, I've been on that. Yeah.
then
So
4, then 5, then 10.
yeah, I'm looking at 5, but I'm really thinking I'm really looking at 1K. I want that 1K.
5 is your long term, 1,000 is your medium, and right now 500 is your short.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm looking at that. I be working on that every day.
400, every 100 should be a celebration until you hit that K.
Shit, 20, 30, 40 subscribers is a celebration for me. Yeah, so I'm looking at that heavy. The shorts are really helping a lot. So that's what I've been focusing on, is making those shorts. That's where I'm getting all my views, and all of my subscribers are coming from that. But back to the loops, I'm thinking that I create these loops myself, like to give myself some kind of, like, I don't know, security, some kind of like safety, some comfort, to make my life easier as far as like how I navigate the world,
Safe, predictable.
yeah, because I'm always afraid of making mistakes. So if I do things kind of the same way every time, it helps with my ADHD. It keeps me from getting distracted and making mistakes. It helps me focus because I know what I need to do at this time or this day or whatever, and I just do that same way all the time. But
See,
I'm starting.
I'm the other way. I stopped trying to fight mine. I've let mine start taking over because I actually get more done toward all of my goals when I stop trying to go against my nature. That's why I had to stop trying to be a good waiter. I'm a horrible waiter. I'll forget your friggin' drink if I don't write it down. I mean, 2 of them. Someone will say, "Hey, man, what's going on today? Did you see it yet?" I'll go, "Oh, shit, what am I standing over here getting? Crap." And I got to look over at the table and think back, what did I hear?
Yeah. What
And
am I
then when
supposed to be doing?
I remember things when I chat with people, though. So now that I chat with my customers more and talk with them, man, I remember better. I'm getting to know the customers better. I mean, I had a point, I upset a little boy because I had a great time with him, took care of him 2 or 3 times. He ran up, said hi to me, and I'm like, "Hi, yeah." And he could tell I had no clue who he was. And he was upset. They were coming there to request me.
Oh,
And
shit.
and when I just kind of went hi and went past him, he's all, ugh. And so they just sat with whoever it was. And so I
Damn.
went by the table a little later, and it's like, "Yeah, I remember you," because I did. It takes you a minute. You get
Yeah.
you got that brain fog.
Yeah. And you
I
see a lot of people. You
I
see a lot of people.
remember every single person I've ever talked to or interacted with in my life. I remember them all.
Shit,
The
I
problem
can't say
is,
that.
actually, you do too. That's part of the ADHD. We remember that because we have to. The
It's tucked
problem
away
is,
somewhere.
we
Can't
don't have
access
the
it.
other part of that. We don't have the eidetic memory part, the part where you can link to that memory whenever you want.
Right. I can't access it properly. I need
My
something
best
to jog
example,
it.
my girlfriend got really, really upset with me when I forgot her birthday and our anniversary 2 years in a row.
Yeah.
So in the midst of our argument, I said, "Stop." Like I do sometimes. I said, "Stop. Let me show you something." I told her the day of the week that we met. I told her the clothes she was wearing. I described them to the color, the necklace she was wearing, the ring, the way she had her hair put up, the perfume she was wearing. I told her a story that she had mentioned to me one time in all the years that we have known each other about one of her kids. And I repeated it back to her, word for word. And then I explained to her, I have ADHD. I can't remember numbers, dates, things that I don't work with. But the things that are important, they're there. They're
I'm telling
in my
you,
mind.
yeah, I'm so like that. We're so alike when it comes to that because I could remember because it's little bitty details I remember about people that kind of makes me freaky and weird to a lot of people, but I can't remember names and dates for shit.
That's the way our mind works to remember them. We remember, like, the redheaded dude named Rooster. We'll picture a rooster every time he's around because that's how we click to him.
Like it was some
I
kind of
had a
joke
guy.
I said in my mind or something that
Hadn't seen him in 15 years. He's talking to me, and I'm like, "Yeah, okay." He looks at me like, "Another one. You have no clue who I am, do you?" I sit there for a second, tilt my head, and go, "Miller Lite." And he's like, "Damn, how did you do that?" Because that's what he drank, Miller Lite. When he didn't drink Miller Lite, I'm like, "And other than that, it's bourbon and 7." He's like, "How did you do that? You don't know. You don't remember who I'm." No, it's like, "I do remember you. I remember hanging out with you. I remember the girl, the redheaded girl that you were talking to, Tito's and Cranberry." He's like, yeah, that's my wife that I was just talking to you about. I'm like, yeah, okay, so I do know her.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm
that's
really
how
embarrassed.
I remember you, how I interact with you.
Yeah.
And I've worked for 2 years where I work. I cannot tell you the name of half of the kitchen people.
Yeah, I don't know the names of half the people I work with.
And I'm
ashamed of it.
I'm not ashamed. I'm embarrassed.
Yeah.
I'm not ashamed because I will stand there and fight for them if I see them out in the wild. I will say, hey, I may not be able to call them by name, but I know them. I work with them. They are my friends.
Right. And I care for people. I really do. Unlike a lot of people, like, you know, like, I don't know, in my mind, people fall in categories, and it's like, that's how I think of them. And I do know them, like their mannerisms and stuff like that and what they do, but I just cannot remember their names very well. Like because I don't use their names. It's energies I remember, you know what I'm saying? Vibes that I remember, you know, and I'm going to fight for people and look out for people regardless, even people that I don't know, you know, I'm going to look out for them. So, you know, I that's what I focus on. I focus on trying to be a good person. So like, I think a lot of people use names and stuff like that as a way to pretend that they care about people and stuff like that, you know, and that's just not me. So like, I can't roll like that.
You know, someone that uses my name a whole lot after the first, I give people a week or two, but if you keep using my name, you know, that's one of the reasons I went to Doc, because I don't answer to Chris. I have not answered to Chris or Christopher since I was like 15 and got the nickname Doc. I mean, because I'm not that person that has that name. I've been Doc since then. And only when I realized and embraced that, hey, I am actually more Doc than I am Christopher, did I actually my life start to get better and me feel better about my world and my life.
Yeah. So them labels that they give us
I'm
that are given to us,
man.
Those labels that they get that are given to us aren't really who we are, because we're an energy that's infinite, you know, and you know that's what we are, is the energy that we are. You know, the label that is given to us is not who we are, and I don't see people as labels. You know, there have been a government assigned label and shit, like your social security number and shit. Like, you know, anyways, let's do a little bit more before we go. This one right here is AOC. She says, doesn't matter if you're red, blue, woke, or asleep, when people speak at the ballot box, their will is honored. But Ron DeSantis says, Floridians, I know what's better for you than you do. It says, after Florida voters raised the minimum wage and expanded voting, DeSantis blocked the new laws. So basically, she's making the argument that he's disenfranchising even his own voters because they wanted, you know, to raise the minimum wage and to expand voting. And Ron DeSantis blocked them.
Floridians have been exercising their right to democracy. They have voted overwhelmingly and organized at the ballot box to institute minimum wage. And Ron DeSantis tries to preempt and overturn minimum wage. Together, control and what is DeSantis? We're seeing voting rights restoration. We are seeing redrawing of and trying to check extreme gerrymandering. And what Governor DeSantis is doing is overriding the will of Floridians. And that at the core is what we need to talk about today. Because frankly, it does not matter what end of the political spectrum you are on in the United States. It doesn't matter if you're a Democrat, a Republican, if you're red or blue, if you're woke or asleep. I don't care. The point is that when the people speak at the ballot box, that their will is honored. and that the policies and officials that they support at the ballot box get instituted by our government. And we should all be very, very concerned when an elected official takes a seat of power and when everyday people vote to have a certain outcome at the ballot box, he takes it. Ron DeSantis takes it upon himself and say, Floridians, I know what's better for you than what you do. I'm going to take away the power of your voice at the ballot box. I'm going to take your power away that you have over your own body. I'm going to take your power away of your ability to be a full citizen and have your voting rights honored in the United States. This should wake everybody up, independent of political affiliation.
All right, what you think about that? Let's see some.
I think she's, doesn't have a lot of room to talk about gerrymandered districts and stuff like that. I mean, coming from one. I mean,
yeah.
No, I agree with a lot of what she says. If he is reversing stuff that the people have already voted in and all of that, not cool. But again, you already know I don't like DeSantis. I mean, because he's a bully, and he's been using his power. He's been using his power to do what he thinks is right, instead of using his power to do what he thinks is right for his people. And I could feel better about him if I really felt he believed, if he was really doing better for his people. Some of his choices I could accept better, but it seems to me like it's a personal, I believe this is the way it's going to work kind of thing with him. And that's one of the reasons it really scares me that he is our top runner for president right now on Republican side.
Yeah.
Because we can't have 4 more Biden. We can't.
And I think that he's playing these political chips, and I think that he's willing to burn Florida to the ground to advance his political career. That's how I feel about him.
Well, that's one thing. He lives in a state full of old people and their parents.
Yeah.
And the thing is, he's got a lot of hard red voters there. But then again, what was it? Just 20 something years ago, they were mostly voting blue most of the time.
Yeah.
I mean, that Florida was actually one they had to go and campaign in because it was important enough. Now they're trying to kind of leave it alone because it's pretty hardcore red. But now we've got a couple of other states that are starting to, some of the medium states that are starting to turn blue. And they're going to start learning this 3 and that 4 is better than that 1-6.
Well, with her comments, in the background of her comments, what I was thinking is related to representative government and the overall system that we have. And it was never really intended, like they never felt like the regular folks, should have, like they value what their wishes are, and like our system is set up for it to not be like mob rule or whatever. So it could be like representative government, and the supposedly the people that know better are the ones that are in the positions to make decisions or whatever. So behind what she was saying, what I'm hearing is, that's kind of the way the system is set up for these representatives to make decisions, even if it kind of goes against.
She is really big on, first of all, her goal is socialism. I mean, that she is flat out, that is her ultimate end game. That being aside and not really mattering to this discussion, her next one from that, she's really big on mob rule. I mean, she's one of the ones that wants to take down the Electoral College and just make it a straight winner take all count for president. Which that is scary as hell to me.
Well, I wasn't really like trying to say that. I'm just saying that the way the system is set up is the way that it's being used by Ron DeSantis. I'm not saying that's right or wrong. I'm just saying that that's what's happening. I think that, you know, he should value what his constituents, you know, want, you know, what is their intentions, and be able to, you know, articulate that into law that's works, that's I can't think of the word I'm trying to say, but that actually works, you know. So he should be.
There is one thing that I do admire DeSantis for. A lot of people think it's dumb and they hate him for it. But when Disney, a corporation that gets a lot of tax cuts, benefits, and all kinds of special permissions and privileges from the state government, put out an announcement and said, Mr. DeSantis, this law that you've got going on, we're going to do everything in our power to make sure that it does not pass. He yanked their card quicker than everything. And I was so glad. That, to me, was the first time I've seen a politician literally take a swing at corporations like that. And it doesn't matter what the subject was. It was the Don't Say Gay bill, which that's a whole topic in and of itself. But when they sat there and said, as a corporation, we're going to use the biggest bucks that we can and interfere in your state politics, he turned around and went, okay, since you have decided to become an entity that is going to do that in this state, we're not going to give you all those special privileges that we've given you for staying out of it. And I admire that. We need to start doing that to corporations. You want to interfere in politics? No, we'll just go pull your damn ticket and all your privileges.
Yeah,
pay us the taxes.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you on that. Disney has a bunch of special privileges, like they have their own police, they have their own building codes that they follow. They buy up all of these properties, you know, and other people couldn't do that. Regular folks wouldn't be able to do that. So I don't think that that's cool that they're able to do all of those things like that. But I would say that from what I can see, DeSantis is kind of losing his battle against Disney. You know, Disney is punching back and they're winning. It was something, I don't know if I covered it in the show. Like, I'm tired now. My brain is really not working very well. But he lost one. It was an important battle that they was having, and Disney won it. I just can't think of what it is. But anyways, going against the corporations like that is a lose-lose, I think. You know, the corporations are running the show. I say that all the time on this show. And yeah, so I don't think DeSantis is winning that war with Disney. I think Disney is winning. Let me read some tweet replies. This one, it says, contradicting yourself, then the people also voted for Governor DeSantis, meaning trusting him to run the state. Their will is honored. I don't think that comment is very fair, because what AOC was saying was that these people voted for these to raise minimum wage and to expand voting or whatever. So when she's complaining that he's not upholding, you know, what his constituents want, what their intentions are, she's like, oh, they voted for Governor DeSantis to run the state. Yeah, he's supposed to run the state as the governor and sign laws into law, but these laws are supposed to be the ones that the people have voted for, because that's what they want. So this comment right here is not, that doesn't really make sense. Like, this person isn't making a good argument. It's like, so they voted for Governor DeSantis. Okay, yes, they voted for Governor DeSantis, but they also voted for these particular laws to be passed. and he's not passing them or whatever, like he's kicking them back out. So that's not a good argument. This AOC has some haters. It's like a lot of these tweet replies are against her, I think.
Oh yeah, I don't like her at all. I think a whole lot of unpleasant things about her, but at the same time, you've also noticed that I can also quote her, and I know a lot about her because I don't just read her as a hater. I pay attention to her because if you're going to talk about both sides and come to the middle, you need to at least listen.
Well, this next comment is his name on here is ALF # free Assange now, and then he has American flag eagle, American flag eagle, and his comment is 4 clown emojis. So that's his rebuttal to her comments. Like, it's like completely dismissing her and just saying she's a clown. I think that's a lot of what the political discourse
I think she is a clown. I absolutely think she's a clown.
Well,
she's got the office. She's the one making it. At least pay attention to if you don't pay attention to what she says and dismiss her, then you're not going to understand what you're against. And that just makes you, like I accuse you of being up on a soapbox and not really and talking down about things. That would be the same thing. I make jokes about her because I don't like her and all of that, but I pay attention because that's what if you're going to be responsible, I'm sorry, politics, democracy, it's not a participation trophy award. You don't get those. It's not even a contact sport though. It's flag football. It's table tennis. But you got to follow the ball, and you got to follow the ball and see what the other people are doing with the ball.
Yeah.
My favorite joke about her. I never use the AOC in full letters. I always use small letters because she doesn't believe in capitalism.
So I think with this comment that this guy is making, it makes him a clown because he's willing to make a comment, but he's not willing to engage in,
I don't worry about it. He's just saying she's a clown. Fine, scroll on. I don't worry about comments like that. I mean, literally, I was taught consider the source.
Yeah. So, but what I'm saying is like the beginning of
this guy, look at Alf Mago 1. There is absolutely no discussion that you can have with this guy where he's not going to go batshit right.
Yeah.
Just
so
like
that's
the Bernie people, there is no way you can have a conversation with most of them without them going batshit left.
So yeah, but my point is that this is what dominates the political discourse. People aren't actually engaging with the subject matter at all. They've already made up their mind about AOC, and they just put clown emojis, and that's their freaking comment. I mean, why'd you even take the time to to look at the tweet and then read? Like, this is what's going on now.
Why
like
not? He is valid to his opinion, just like everyone else. Like I said, gotta look at both. There's people that are blindly saying stuff like that. Look at this one. What does this have to do with New York? Stay in your lane. I
Yes.
can kind of agree with that too. But on the other hand, she is now a congressperson, which helps make laws for the country. Now, it's not that much she should be commenting upon the governing of another state because that is not her position. As a matter of fact, it was the governor of New York. She should keep her mouth shut too.
And that's what does it have to do with New York? Stay in your lane. That's actually a valid comment. Like, that's actually like, I mean, it's not really engaging in with what she was saying, but it's still semi-valid. You know what I mean? So what is this one? It says a degree in economics. What were they trying to say? Crying, laughing emoji? A degree in economics. economics. So what are they trying to say? She doesn't know what she's talking about. Whatever. This
No,
one, it
her
says,
her degree is in economics.
so still, what is that? I don't get the point of that. Anyways, this next comment, it says democracy is romanticized autocracy.
He's trying to say oligarchy.
Okay, oligarchy. Romanticized oligarchy.
Yeah,
So
I notice you don't translate misspellings very well.
I'm not good at that. I'm not. I'll be trying to figure out what they're trying to say, and my brain they fry my brain with that shit. So well, then that's a fair ass comment. Then, if that's what he meant to say, is romanticize oligarchy, because hey, I would kind of agree with that. It's like confusion. It's like getting people to think that it's something that it's not. It's really what I say. It's a damn pacifier. It passive, and maybe that wasn't the original intention, but the way things are now with politics and voting is just like a pacifier that they give you. Here, suck on this. It makes you feel like you were doing something. Like gold star for Marcus. Dinner was yummy.
Hey, you got an I voted sticker. That's the equivalent of a participation award.
Yeah. Like you did. I accomplished something today. You see my sticker? They gave me a sticker. I never.
People get upset if you don't have one on.
I throw them away immediately. Like I feel stupid for like it's so dumb. They give you a damn sticker. Like, oh my god. Like are we in elementary school? Are we fucking in kindergarten? What the hell is this?
Hey, I used to sit there and people that go off on me about politics, 9 times out of 10, the first thing I do is look at them and go, "Did you vote?" And if they say no, and it's like, then I don't want to listen to you. You don't have anything to say about it. You had your chance to say, and you said nothing.
Yeah.
That's when I was lazy. I'm less lazy now.
Yeah.
Now I'll actually flip their lid on them, and if they're right, they tick me off. I'll go hard left. If they're hard left and tick me off, I'll go hard right.
Yeah, I do that sometimes. Let me read this one. It says, "Thank you for caring about Florida. It is terrible here. He has taken so many things away from us. He cut millions in his budget that we need in the Tampa Bay area. He is spiteful. He's sneaky. We're frustrated." That's like one of the few comments that supported her. Like, it's like almost all of these that we've read so far were kind of pushing against her. And this is her own Twitter. This is her directly from her tweet. Her freak. I can't talk. It's from her Twitter feed. And the majority of the comments are against her. Another comment says, "What are you lacking? More freebies." I don't know what that has to do with the freaking comments. That's what I be talking about. That's not engaging in the subject matter. Another comment, it says, "Didn't she prevent Amazon from opening a warehouse in her district, which would have gave her people jobs?" This is the same lady, right? Shaking my head. Again, I don't see how this engages with the subject matter of what is being discussed.
But it's comments, just like all the randomness that happens on some other stuff. Just like how everything gets drawn back to when certain people get into a discussion, if education ever comes back, no matter what the subject we're trying to talk about is, we've got a person that always goes back to it being, a programming situation. No matter what, we could be talking about a new test that came out. We could be talking about a teacher that did this, and it always goes back to programming and all of that. And it's like, same thing there. People get triggered. People are in a rut. They're in a loop. I do not like this woman. She's a fake, and she's a communist, and she's more agenda driven than she is, to me, intelligence driven. Her whole psychotic episodes with the squad and all of that going on. Drives me nuts. You know, I don't like her kind of politician, especially going out, you know, the way she's, you know, the way she's all, oh, this is good for the people. Well, the funny thing is, most of the people don't really want anything to do much with her. I mean, I'm glad she's got her spot. She didn't win it in the actual vote because a glass, even Hillary Clinton said, a glass of water with a D written on it would have won her district. She didn't win in the final election. That place, that position she has is solid Democrat and has been for years and years.
It's because of the way
She beat the guy in the primary. No one goes to vote in the primary. She got a whole bunch of voters out and got the guy outvoted in the primary. And bam, she got the position because whatever Democrat ended up being the one getting voted for was the one that was going to win that seat.
And that's true. That's all true. And the guy that she beat had been there for many years. And he also had leadership positions in the Democratic Party and was a part of many, what do you call them? I can't talk. The groups that they put them in,
committees.
The committees. Yeah, but that's true what you're saying, but it's because of the way that they pack these districts. It's the way that they draw up that district is packed with a certain demographic.
That's why I was saying she shouldn't be talking too much about gerrymandering either, because she came from a hardcore gerrymandered district.
Well, she didn't draw.
Her position though is achieved through the benefits of the very gerrymandering that she's talking about in another state. So while she's complaining about another state doing it, she's reaping the benefits of it in her own, where she does have the power to do something about it.
She didn't have anything to do with that district being drawn up the way that it is and has been. And really that district should be broken up, you know, and then it would have influence. It would make it more fair and you know, allow that those people in that district to have more of a voice. You know, packing them in like that is what gives them less representation, and that's the whole point, because it's a mostly minority district. Anyways, let's do this last story. My brain is getting numb. This one right here. Bill Gates lab-grown synthetic meat approved for U.S. public consumption. It says Bill Gates lab-grown synthetic meat approved for U.S. public consumption. Democrat President Joe Biden administration has granted approval for Bill Gates lab-grown synthetic meat to be sold in the United States for public consumption or whatever. I'm going to look at this. But I saw a story. There's a particular store. I think it's a fast food restaurant. And I don't know where it is in one of the states. And they get exclusive. They're going to be selling this lab meat. I think it's like a fried chicken place, I want to say. And so they're like the only ones that's going to be doing it right now, but it's starting like right away.
That's vat grown meats, vat grown proteins. It's a different process from this one. And there's also printed meats are going to become ones. They have a soy protein compound that they use and a biological printer to actually print a chunk of meat. That's one of the things that one of the pages I hang out on once in a while is a tech page, and they tell you all these new crazy stuff that's coming up. Yeah, these guys, they're really scared of cow farts and CO2, man. I mean, they're saying, oh, well, it's meat eating that's causing global warming. I'm like, dude, back off of that. Say, we can reduce the population too, motherfucker. You come after our steaks.
Yeah, so what do you think about this? Like, how comfortable do you feel like about it? Would you eat this? And
I am
and here's what
glad
I think
that I am
about.
old enough that I never have to involve myself in this. So I will never have to understand or find out what the long-term effects of all this synthetic crap that they're doing is going to cause to the human body in the future.
Yeah, what I'm afraid of is they're gonna start sliding this shit in everything, and you're not even gonna know when you're eating it. So like, unless you freaking butchered the damn chicken yourself, or at least like don't buy any frozen or processed foods, because it could have some of this in it. They're gonna probably right away start, you know, adding this in as filler,
Well,
to
even the
save money.
vegetables and even the veggies and stuff anymore are not natural.
Yeah, so I think that, when I saw this story, what I was thinking was the first thing I was thinking was they're gonna start sliding this in everything. And the easiest place to put it would be like chicken nuggets and stuff like that. Anything that's processed that you can't like
Nope.
see the
Canned
chicken thigh
foods.
or the chicken leg.
Chef Boyardee, Wolf Brand Chili,
Yeah.
Hormel.
Yeah, anything
All those
processed.
places where you can't tell whether it's meat or not already.
And I avoid processed foods for the most part anyway. Like my freezer is empty. Like I don't buy anything frozen. Like popsicles are in my freezer. Like popsicles, ice, cookie dough. That's like all that's in my freezer. I don't buy that stuff.
I pretty much have meat and ice cream up there.
Yeah, I buy my meat fresh. I put it in the fridge and I try to cook it within a few days. And I go to the grocery store like every other day. So that's
Yeah, see, I
pretty
can't
much,
do that. I can't do that because I'll go broke.
well, that's pretty much how I do it.
I run through the manager specials. I'll buy $100 worth of meat that they just marked down, throw it all in the freezer, and then cook that as that comes out.
Yeah. Well, I think the meat, it tastes so much better when it's fresh. And the way that they package it
But
and
you're
stuff, it
not
really,
getting it fresh, man. You know it gets to them frozen, right?
not all of them, not everything.
So you
It
need
has
to
to
go
be
to
kept under a certain temperature, but not
you need to
completely
go to
frozen.
Sprouts or Whole Foods.
I don't like to do frozen meat, frozen vegetables, and my people are from the country, so I can taste the difference. I had an ex who didn't believe me when I said that, and she cooked for me one time, and I don't know, it was some green beans or something like that, and I didn't eat it. I didn't like it. I said it tasted funny, and she was like testing me because she thought that it was the same and that I wouldn't notice that it was frozen. Like I say, my people from the country, I ate fresh vegetables and fresh meat, that's just what I prefer. I think it's
Yeah.
tastier and healthier. I don't
I
like to
tell you,
freeze it.
my diet got a whole lot unhealthy. I actually had a really healthy diet up until my son moved out. And when my son moved out, I eat crap now most of
It's funny how that goes. It's like you care about other people so much, and more than yourself, and when you don't have anyone to care for, then you are more laxed about. I'm like that too with with certain things. That's why I'm really happy that I still have little kids around me, that I have to care for, because it forces me to be more, caring of myself. Just as a result, because I eat the food, that I'm preparing for them. I prepare food for them. I eat their leftovers and stuff all the time, like whatever they don't eat and stuff like that. So, it kind of
a lot of
forces me to
money.
be to take care of myself better, because I care about them and I don't want to feed them trash. So
See, I was the other way about it. We didn't have a lot of money, and my son, he came back and caught me on this and called me names because he didn't like it. But I would sit there and I would snack a little bit while I was cooking, and then I would make myself some popcorn and I would eat the popcorn, and then I would feed the family.
yeah.
And he didn't realize it until he had some roommates and stuff, and one night he made food for the roommates. There wasn't enough food, so he went and got himself a bag of popcorn and ate it. And then he calls me up and goes, "F you, Dad. I mean, that's not it. Oh, I know what you were doing all those
Now
years.
he
That's not
understood. Now he understands. And I think that's how it goes. They don't get it until they're in the same position. They understand why you make the decisions that you make. Like, that's a great story you just told. That's a great story. Let's look at this. So it says this is Frank Bergman from Slay. I have no idea what Slay is. June 22nd, 2023. It says, it starts off with Democratic President Joe Biden's administration has granted approval for Bill Gates' lab-grown synthetic meat to be sold in the United States for public consumption. It's funny that it starts off with Democratic President Joe Biden's administration granted approval for Bill Gates' lab-grown meat. So it already has like a bit of a slant on it. Like it's trying to put the blame, excuse me, that Joe Biden is the one who's behind all this. It's funny to me how like they put so much power that they pretend that Joe Biden has so much power. That's really weird to me. I've been seeing that a lot. It was some other story I saw and I was like, how the hell do you put this on Joe Biden's lap? Like, anyways, let me read some more. It says, in an unprecedented move, the United States Department of Agriculture approved the sale of lab-grown chicken meat on Wednesday. So look, the second damn line says the United States Department of Agriculture approved the sale of lab-grown chicken meat. So is it the Department of Agriculture or is it Joe Biden? I think you just confused us. Let me read some more. It says, U.S. regulators gave the go-ahead to two California-based companies, Upside Foods and Good Meat. Upside Foods, formerly Memphis Meats, is funded by Microsoft co-founder Bill Gates. The approval from regulators will allow the companies to flood the U.S. food supply with their controversial products. The companies have been racing to be the first in the U.S. to sell meat that doesn't come from slaughtered animals. They've branded the controversial new product as cell cultivated or cultured meat. The announcement that we are now able to produce and sell cultivated meat in the United States is a major moment for our company, the industry, and the food system, said Josh Tetrick, CEO of Eat Just Good Meat's parent company. While the companies and regulators claim the development is a step towards eliminating harm to animals and reducing environmental impacts, critics remain unconvinced. Instead of all the land,
this is what I was talking about. This is the vat grown. They take some cells and stuff like that and grow it instead of like cutting it off of animals and stuff. You know, kind of like how they'll grow an ear on a frog's back for transplants and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Built off of that technology, if I remember correctly.
Well, that honestly, that doesn't sound that bad. Let me read some more.
See, it says exactly. It's pretty much says exactly what I'm saying.
So it says, instead of all the land and all of the water that's used to feed all of these animals that are slaughtered, we can do it in a different way, Tetrick added. These optimistic claims seem to overshadow the stark realities of this process. Cultivated meat is developed by growing animal stem cells in a nourishing medium and a bioreactor. The end product mimics the appearance and taste of traditional meat. Mimics the appearance and taste. That kind of sounds scary to me. It mimics it? Okay. Let me read some more. According to PBS, the Bill Gates Upside food, the end product comes out in large sheets shaped into items like chicken, cutlets, and sausage. Ooh, that don't sound very good either. It comes out in sheets shaped like chicken, cutlets, and sausage. It says, Good Meat, which already sells cultivated meat in Singapore, transforms chicken cells into a variety of forms such as cutlets, nuggets, and shredded meat. However, the public should exercise caution before embracing this so-called innovation. Not only does the advancement raise ethical and potential health concerns, but it also brings into question the sustainability of the method. What's wrong with the sustainability? It says the rush to bring lab-grown meat to market may be premature without a comprehensive understanding of its long-term environmental impact, economic feasibility, and potential health risks.
Yeah,
As
here's where I wanted to bring this up earlier is, what are the, we know what the side effects of cow poop are, but what are the side effects of the waters and the chemicals that are used in this bioreaction process? Is there some sort of chemical waste? What kind of chemicals are used and therefore transferred into this medium?
Yeah, I definitely would want to know more about it before I would feel comfortable eating it. Let me read some more. It says, as it stands, the Agricultural Department approval feels more like a worrying leap into the unknown rather than a confident step forward for sustainability and animal welfare. It remains to be seen whether consumers will readily accept meat that swaps the farmyard for the laboratory. The meat industry and farming as a whole have come under increasing attacks over radical claims of their supposed carbon emissions. Nations all around the world, including America, have vowed to crack down on the farming industry to fight climate change. As Slay News reported, the Biden administration has just signed a global agreement with 12 other nations to crack down on farming to save the planet from global warming. The agreement, led by the United Nations, has been signed by several major cattle and food producing states, including Australia, Germany, Argentina, Brazil, Chile, and Spain. The nations signed onto a commitment to place farmers under new restrictions to reduce emissions of methane gas. Biden's climate czar, John Kerry, is representing America in the pledge. The Global Methane Hub announced in a press release that agriculture and environmental ministries and ambassadors from 13 countries, including the U.S., have signed a commitment that pledges to reduce methane emissions in agriculture. According to the World Bank, the United Nations, with Biden administration, the World Economic Forum, and their allies, modern food production is destroying the planet by causing global warming. Therefore, according to the Green Agenda, farming must be targeted because it produces methane, which supposedly harms the environment. In a 2021 interview with MIT Technology Review, Gates argued that all rich countries should move to 100% synthetic beef in an effort to meet the Green Agenda goals at the World Economic Forum. However, as Slay News has reported, a recent study found that lab-grown synthetic meat is 25 times worse for the environment than traditional farmed beef. Experts say the carbon footprint of lab-grown meat could be orders of magnitude higher once the industry grows. Meanwhile, there are also safety concerns due to the health risks associated with lab-grown meats. The process involves using cancer cells from cows, chickens, and pigs to quickly grow artificial meat. Wait, there's some gaps and a little bit of stretching going on here because he said it could be 25 times worse for the environment than traditional farm beef. So how and in what way? So what is it in the process?
Remember the questions I was asking just a few minutes ago? What kind of like nuclear waste? What kind of biological waste is put out? What kind of containment does that need? What kind of special treatment does that need? Can those bad chemicals leach into, or how much of those chemicals from that bioreaction fluids and stuff are still in that meat, and what will they do to us over long term?
Yeah,
those are the questions. That's what he's talking about there. It may be just for the environment. If it's got like biological waste that comes off of it that has to be burned where the stuff goes in the environment, or buried where it goes into that, or dumped or filtered and processed, all that, it could very well be less healthy.
Yeah, well, the impacts on the human like body over time is definitely a concern that I would have.
Excuse me. I mean, healthy for the environment. I'm not talking about. I'm not talking. We won't know till long term until we've got people eating this for 20 years what it's going to be like. What
Yeah,
I'm
so
saying now is, what's this 25 times worse than the environment? Like I said, this is chemically grown. And even weed, the way it's grown now, has some serious bad chemicals that they burn off, especially the people doing these big hydro farms with a high amount of fertilization and stuff. I mean, bad stuff. It's toxic for the environment. What is the toxic stuff that come off of this?
well,
We
what
know
I'm
what's
saying,
toxic about cow farts and cow poop. What is this lab grown meat going to put off?
well, that's what I'm at. That's what I'm. The point I'm making here is that with them making the comment that it's 25 times worse for the environment than traditional farm beef. In what way? How? You know what I mean? It seems like if you're saying this in an article, you right after this line, you should be putting in what leads you to think that way. That's a problem with this article. And what else did he say? What did he say? Cancer cells. This one. The process involves using cancer cells from cows, chickens, and pigs to quickly grow artificial meat. Cancer cells. So really, like they're going to use cancer cells specifically, like they're going to cut off the cancer cell.
No, it just said stem cells
Yeah. So
earlier.
right, yeah. So
The technology I know of uses stem cells.
yeah. So this doesn't make sense.
No, oh God! Remember, look, this article has contradicted itself at least 5 times already.
That's what I'm saying.
Don't get upset and excited about it. I mean, this is some dumb stuff.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So I write. So that's just why this jumps out to me. The process involves using cancer cells from cows. Why would you write this? Where do you get that from? So people, why would they cut off the cancer cells to use? Like, come on. So let me read some more. It says some experts fear that introducing such products into the public food supply could accelerate cancers in humans. Yeah, this article is terrible. So Slay, that's probably why I never heard of it. The way it's written, it's like a 12-year-old. It's like line after line, like it's not even in paragraph form. Yeah, that was terrible. Anyways, the idea of freaking lab grown meat, of course, it's scary, like the main thing is the long-term effects on humans. What the hell is it going to cause? I think that, if you're going to eat meat, then, eat meat. Like, or if you don't want to eat meat, then just don't. Like, why do we have to make things so freaking complicated? It's like the Impossible Burger or whatever. Like, if you don't want to eat meat, if you don't want to eat meat, then don't eat meat. Like, don't fucking make a cheeseburger that's not actually a cheeseburger because it make you feel better about yourself. Meanwhile, you're eating like some chemicals or something. Like, why make something that looks like meat when you're a vegan or you're a vegetarian and you want to eat something that I don't know, gives you the same feeling of eating a burger or whatever? Like, that's a mind fuck going on right there. That's some craziness, I think. Either eat the meat or don't. Why have this meat substitute shit, As far as it maybe being better for the environment, maybe it's not bad. Like, maybe it's, but again, I'm very skeptical.
You've got an article about how it could be worse for the environment.
Okay. I
also sent you a trailer to Sucker Punch.
Okay. I'm very skeptical of it, but who knows?
It's
it may
unnatural.
not be.
That's why we don't like it. It is unnatural. It violates every rule of weirdness for us, and it's just like we feel inside when we hear that. just like when we see those AIs, when you know it's the AI voice and the AI face, even if it's like, especially the one of what's his name? Voice guy, Morgan Freeman. You've seen the one where it's him talking, but it's AI, an AI voice, and it just creeps you out when you're looking at him talk.
Uh-huh.
That's the way synthetic meat affects us, and we're like, ew, just ew. No, that ain't right. It's not natural.
Yeah, and will our body even like consume the calories? Like, will it even have any like nutritional value for us?
Well,
You know?
yeah, I mean the first synthetic burger was made over 10 years ago, and basically they said it tasted like cardboard. I believe it was an English company that did it. But so they've been perfecting this. This is not new off of the, it's not, hey, look what we have. We've got Instaburger now. But like I said, it's been a while. It's been processed. Now it's legal here. I'm interested in seeing where it goes. I'm sure if it starts messing us up, all we'll need is another Fauci ouchie situation, and they'll be able to fix that right up with a little manipulation.
Yeah, because once they start here, who's to say what they putting in it? If it's a lab grown meat, then they could probably add whatever the hell they want in it. People can start talking about computer chips or whatever the hell. I don't know.
That little Fauci ouchie and stuff wasn't something for long term for us to manipulate our bodies into a point where we can process stuff like synthetic meat.
Man.
I mean, after all, when the aliens come and load us up on the starship to be slaves for them in other places of the universe, they're going to be feeding us synthetic meat, right? So they got to have to get us used to it. They're warming up the planet so we can work in a hotter environment, right?
So maybe that's what it is. It'll save us from global warming in that way because it'll genetically freaking change our fucking molecular structure to allow us to be able to handle the global warming and be in the heat, and it won't affect us. Like, this opens up a whole can of worms of like the conspiracy theory things, and they would all be valid because who knows what direction this could go into. This is Pandora's box.
About moving to another planet and terraforming. Who's saying that our planet's not being terraformed?
Maybe they're terraforming us. I mean, that doesn't really work.
To be a little more like theirs that's in late technology decline.
Yeah, that opens up so many, and then ethical. It just opens up so much. And
we talk about slavery bad and all this and stuff like that, but who's to say some other race in the universe is not going to sit there and go, I don't. You're worried about slaves of other races. You're an inferior species. You are cattle to us. Load up. Hey, let's see. Half of you guys bought this hundreds of years ago. We're going to give you a free ride across to the stars to another place. Yeah. You want to come? All you got to do is work a couple of fields for us and stuff like that.
It'll be just like indentured servitude back in the days. Like, you want to get off the planet, then you got to work off your time for 7, 8, 10, or maybe a lifetime.
Well, if they do that corporate in our system, then you got to realize you're going to have a bill for water, for oxygen, and all of that. And if you can't pay it, then they take whatever you got. If you lose your job or something, you're gonna you're shit out of luck, dude.
Yeah, find a spaceship ticket back to a destroyed Earth.
Well, you'd have to be able to afford that. Right now, you're already in your position because you can't afford to breathe.
That's crazy. Yeah, so this whole lab thing, grown meat thing is when I first saw it, the first thought I had was they're gonna be sliding this shit into everything. And are you gonna really have the option to not eat it? Because you won't even know what it's in. And that's what I would think, and that's what kind of scares me about it.
Make my spaghetti nopes.
like literally start sliding it in everything. If it says protein enriched or something on the label, the lab grown meat slid in there. And it could be anything from vegetables to some fruit or something. It's like, oh, we added some protein to it. What? Huh? Why? Your vitamins, like you just taking vitamins. It's like we added some protein. What protein? I didn't ask for protein. I'm just taking vitamin C.
This morning, lab-grown meat made from animal cells is thought to be better for the environment, but a new study from UC Davis shows that lab-grown meat could potentially have a worse carbon footprint. Joining us live with the details of this new study is one of the authors, Edward Spank. Thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Happy to be here.
Edward, tell us the top takeaways from the study.
Yeah, so we conducted a study, and it shows that there's a risk that cultured meat actually might be worse for the environment in some situations than animal agriculture. Much of this risk is that, if we're using production methods typical of the pharmaceutical industry, it requires really resource-intensive ingredients to grow this material than if we grow it in sort of a food production environment.
Were you surprised by what you learned when you started studying this? Did you think that this was going to be the outcome?
We conducted the study because we really wanted to dig into what the current technology looks like. A lot of the studies that are out there are very forward-looking, thinking about what the technology might look like in 5 or 10 years. But we were curious as to what it looks like right now. And again, our results sort of showed that there could be a risk of it being worse than animal agriculture. But we ran a number of scenarios, and in some scenarios, it did perform better than animal agriculture. So the study overall isn't really an endorsement of one or the other. It's just a sort of a cautionary tale that if we don't track this information carefully, we might end up in a situation where we're producing something that actually is worse for the environment.
How common is lab-grown meat right now? Are a lot of people able to purchase it and consume it as we speak?
It's not really in the marketplace at this point. I believe there's one restaurant in Singapore that's selling chicken nuggets with some lab-grown meat in it, but the entire product is not lab-grown meat, and it's very, very limited in its distribution right now.
And what goes into doing a study like this? How many resources and time did you have to devote to get your results?
This study took actually quite a bit of time. I worked with one of my graduate students, Derek Reisner. He did a wonderful job of really understanding the process of cultured meats and thinking about all the inputs and outputs required in the process. So when I talk about inputs, I'm thinking about the ingredients that go in to feed these animal cells, and that's glucose for energy, some amino acids to grow proteins. And when you track all the ingredients going in to feed these cells, it's quite resource intensive to think about all the food we need to grow to feed the animal cells.
And as companies are thinking about doing this, what do you suggest to limit the carbon footprint when producing these products?
Well, as I said, the ingredients are a major driver here. So we're going to have to think about how we feed these cells. And what they're really going to require is a low-cost ingredient mix that is, not very resource intensive, but also lowers the risk of potentially contaminating the batch. We really want to grow these cells under optimal conditions, and we need to find the right balance of those optimal conditions, but not having inputs that are so resource intensive.
Your last message for consumers when this does finally go on the market and it's more widespread?
I would say, think about this potential new food product. This is entirely new to the market. It's exciting in many ways, but we do want to make sure that there's ongoing, scientific studies to make sure that this product that's touted as being very good for the environment actually is. And that's just going to require further technological advancement and further study.
Edward Spang with UC Davis, thank you so much for sharing your study with us.
Well, that didn't clear up anything very much. I mean, it was a lot of ifs and possibles, and yeah, that didn't help.
Well, no, he's talking about the ingredients that are required to grow this are actually, if gone widespread in a consumer market, are going to use more resources than the actual production of the cattle would have.
Well, one thing I got from it was saying that, you have to feed these cells. So,
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. The resources required to make these cells, for them to grow, are actually going to be more consumptive of CO2 and a larger footprint than the actual animals would be when placed on a consumer scale.
Yeah, so that's ironic, and that's so how like things typically go. It's like
This is exactly the same thing as we want electric cars, we want them now. All these electric cars. Oh, by the way, now that we've got everybody going gung ho on electric cars, we need to remind you that the
we need more oil to
handle-
power the
power grid
machines.
can only handle 30% of you buying them. Otherwise, we're going to have to start upgrading.
Yeah, we need more oil to power the machines, to pull out the materials, and we need to tear up the earth more, to dig deeper, to get more.
Actually, we just need it to power because I'm sorry, only about 30%, 40% of only about 30% of our power is actually renewable right now, not including nukes. I think we're about 40%. I think that's about 10%. I think we're about 50% fossil fuel. And, most of that is not direct oil. It's actually gas, natural gas. We use surprisingly amount less percentage-wise of oil than we do natural gas when they talk about, fuel prices as opposed to oil prices. There's a difference.
Yeah, man.
I need to send you the video of this. It's a giant sand bin, like the size of a big water tower, and they fill it with sand and then they superheat it, and then they use that heat as it cools down because it takes like a long time to cool down, and they use that as a power source, like a big battery that'll work for like 8-10 years to power something, and then they just come out and heat it again and hook it all up. It's a new technology. It's like a battery, but it's huge. It's barn size, not a container in your back, not a container in your shipping container in your backyard. It's like barn silo size.
Yeah, that sounds interesting, except the part where you have to heat it, because then that's just traditional stuff. So it's the same way that they do all of the
there's
hydro
ways. Again, you got to understand, if you do a little bit of a process to get an increased one or a long term out of it, it's a balance.
Yeah, so it
I'm
will
sorry,
be better.
We're not going to stop burning fossil fuels for probably at least another 100 years. 2,
Yeah, that's what I'm
fossil
saying.
fuels are not the only freaking problem going along. 3, it doesn't matter what we do here in America when 80% of the fossil fuels and stuff right now, the CO2 production is now being produced in Russia and China, who don't give a flying fuck about things. And China doesn't have to worry about it because they don't have to follow the UN laws and stuff like that because they are still considered a developing nation.
Yeah, that's a crazy distinction that shouldn't be. I don't understand why they're considered a developing nation. That's kind of retarded.
A certain amount of population and thresholds and something like that. I mean,
bullshit.
You got to realize. 70%, I think, of the world's, or 60 or 70% of the world's population lives in an area smaller than the size of North America.
Yeah,
or about the same size as North America.
Yeah, I'm calling bullshit on that. I was reading an article about that distinction related to developing country with China.
That's one of the reasons that that's one of my edges that I've got against China. Like I say, I'm not a China hater, but I'm definitely not a fan.
So, but the thing about the big battery you just said, so it's still like you have to burn something. What's up with these? Why don't we have These perpetual
No,
machines have
it's
been
sand.
around.
It's sand. They fill
Yeah,
the
yeah,
thing
yeah.
with sand and superheat the sand. I mean,
Yeah, I
it
understand that. I get it.
literally can do it with the ground, with the dirt from the ground
I
in the
get it,
air.
and it sounds good. But the problem with it is that it has to be heated. I mean, something's going to have to be burned or whatever to
Why is
create.
that why is that a problem? You got to burn oil. You got to superheat sand. Gee, how many different ways are there to do that? You
Yeah.
know,
Well, I'm
again,
just
we're
saying.
talking about you're already trying to put restrictions and limited technology that you know nothing about and see problems in something. Look at it for what it is. It is a really cheap process of doing something and holding a charge that doesn't use materials and metals that are pulled out of ground by 10-year-old friggin' slaves.
And it sounds pretty cool, is what I'm saying. It
But
sounds like
again,
it
we
would.
don't know enough about the process to critique it right now.
It sounds like an improvement, but it sounds like the
It's actually a downgrade technology. It's like it's one of those it's kind of a zombie apocalypse technology, if you
Yeah.
understand that. An ingenious way to do something with resources. And again, like I said, I'm going to stop mentioning stuff like that because you're right at trying to tear it apart and you don't even know what it is yet.
I'm just saying it sounds like more of the same. So, but what about these like perpetual machines that we have? What about a machine that only needs to be sparked once and goes on forever? Like it just needs that initial
That
energy to
exists.
start it.
It doesn't exist.
I've seen it. I've seen these machines.
No, you haven't.
and they've been around forever.
You see
I've
things that
pulled
are like it, but you will not ever see anything that does not eventually slow down or stop because perpetual motion is not possible in an environment.
I've seen it. I've pulled them up here on the show before. I don't understand why they can't use that kind of technology to create energy. How come it's like the way we think about.
Because it eventually winds down. Come on, man.
I've seen these machines.
Reads. I know what you've seen. I know what they describe to you. And then if you go to a year one physics textbook and learn the laws, the laws of physics, you'll understand that a near perpetual motion can exist. A perpetual motion can only exist with no environment in space. As long as there's gravity, something like that, it will eventually wind down, it will eventually stop. If nothing, the parts will wear down, which will cause inefficiency to the point of eventual stoppage.
I just think that if we want to have like better energy, better like green energy or whatever, like we have to think about it differently. You know what I mean? Come at it from a different angle instead of trying to, I don't know, reinvent the wheel. Like it's the same thing.
What you're saying is reinvent the laws of physics. Do something that is not possible within the laws of physics. I agree with your statement of we need to find different ways of thinking about things, but we also have to understand the truth of the laws of physics and start finding these people that either will be able to bend or break them and not just off on a whim.
I think they do. I think they do have technology that could work like the near perpetual machines and stuff like that. I think that it's the real problem is our view of like monetizing everything, finding a way to make a profit out of it. Because if you have this like free infinite energy thing, then it's like, how can we continue to make money off of that? And that's the reason why we don't have these things. I think that we'll never get there with our frame of mind of wanting to monetize everything. Everything has to be paid for, everything has to cost. You have this, illusion of scarcity that propels the capitalist system that we live under. And I think that is the basic fundamental issue. And we'll never, ever, find renewable energy because we don't want it. It won't make money.
We've got renewable energy. Permanent perpetual energy. 60% of our world is covered in it.
We talking about water?
Ocean wave.
Yeah.
Hydroelectric. We have perpetual energy. It just requires facilities and maintenance, which are not free.
Yeah. So, I mean, I'm sure there'll be a low,
You have
some
to
kind of
find a way to
cost.
harness it. I mean, any place with a hot spring immediately has a source of energy.
Yeah. Well, how come we don't do that? Like the geysers that we have in Yellowstone Park. How come those can't be converted and harness the energy that's just naturally coming up?
Because it's a national park and protected from commercialization like that.
It doesn't have to be commercial if it's for the good of everyone. If it's not hurting the environment, if you could build a machine that could harness that energy without hurting that environment.
You have to cap it. The only way to harness the energy is to cap it and control it and guide it, which requires facilities which will stop the natural function of it.
Yeah.
Just like to build a dam to get hydroelectric power, you actually have to dam up a river. You can't just put a spinner in a running river and do it. You have to have the power that comes from the powerful release of channeled water to create the spinning of the turbines to create the electricity.
Boosie got out of jail. Yeah, man, I'm tired, bro. I done went way over my time, and I gotta freaking get up and be to work for 10 o'clock, and I work a double tomorrow. So I took a number of naps today, so I should be okay.
Yeah, I don't work doubles, but I do work 6 days a week.
Yeah, I'll be back on tomorrow night, but I'm gonna be exhausted. I ain't gonna lie. But I'm off Sunday morning, so. But tomorrow's gonna be a struggle for me because it's always slow on Saturday mornings too. So I'm gonna be tired.
Yeah, that right there, that headline, that scares the fuck out of me right now.
Man, we're so close. We're so on the edge of this, like really happening. I don't think it's fear mongering. I really don't. Nobody wants it.
2 or 3 months ago, it was. When he first started talking shit about it, it was. Now that it's gone on 3 more months and everybody's intensifying and nobody's backing down, now it's starting to get real. Because we're about to get to the point where Eastern European people just say, fuck it. Boom, I'm done.
And well, he's winning. The offensive that they were talking about, Ukraine was supposed to be doing an offensive or whatever. That shit is failing. The tanks are dropping. I'm seeing all of this. I don't share this on the show because I'm scared of getting in trouble. But there's videos of the tank. Those tanks are dropping like flies, man. They're losing like a mug. And then it's really smart people that's saying that this thing could come to an end by the end of this summer. And that's the direction that this whole thing is going in, because the offensive that they were talking about was supposed to turn the tide of the war and, lead to Ukraine going to the direction of winning. But that is not happening. It's absolutely not happening. So something like this becomes way more plausible in the scenario.
They were never going to win.
No, they wasn't. And I agree.
They were never meant to win.
No, they just wanted to drag this thing out as long as they can.
That would be
But
like the United States invading Mexico. It would be a hell of a fight, but they would not win. Seriously, I'm using that just as a wild kind of thing, but it is.
what do you
That
mean?
would
The
be that's
Mexico
just like
invading the United States? Is that what you
no,
mean?
no, Russia invading Ukraine would be like is like they're Ukraine's not going to win. Just like if the United States says, "Well, we're going to invade Mexico," Mexico is not going to win. Just like if China says, "We're going into Thailand," or "We're going
Thailand
in,"
is not going to
Thailand
win.
is
Yeah,
not going to win. It
yeah,
Ukraine was never going to win.
right. So, but what I'm saying is,
They were
that,
never meant to.
but what I'm saying is, at this point where they're losing, and this whole thing could be over as far as the war. This will be the time where some crazy shit could happen, as far as a false flag, something to, get an excuse for the United States to get like directly involved, and an excuse to escalate this thing to some kind of nuclear weapons. I saw, I don't know if I have it on Twitter, but it's this huge
But
ass
remember,
freaking
some of the
missile.
cleanest uranium in the world is found in the Ukraine. I mean, you got to
There's a
understand,
huge ass,
Ukraine is rich in materials, metals, and natural resources.
huge.
That's part of the reason of this. But yeah, they can
Well,
always bop a little dirty bomb or something. They can always throw together a suitcase nuke, drop a dirty bomb off in an area where it doesn't do a whole lot of damage, but tears up. Oh, they just shot a nuke at us. The whole world looks at Russia. You're the only ones that use that particular kind of
right,
bomb.
right.
And it can be
I
made with the
saw,
same uranium that they have because they have Ukrainian uranium from those deposits all through up there. That's where they're from. So the radiation signal, you do know that they can track a uranium explosion to where it was mined.
right,
Well,
yeah,
okay, so when they trace this back, it's going to be from northeastern Europe. They may not be able to exactly define whether it was Russian or Ukrainian, technically, uranium that did it, though they may be able to do the signature of where it was refined at. I think they can do that now too. It's like, well, we know that the U.S. refined this particular uranium that was in this.
So what this would be perfect timing for a false flag event that would pull us into a major ass fucking confrontation that could lead to, the first real usage of nuclear fucking weapons in a long ass time. So this is scary. So, but look at this, because we talked about it. We got to wrap it after this, but look at this right here, man. Can you see this picture? It says Putin announces new Sarmat intercontinental ballistic missiles, ICBM, will soon be ready for deployment. Sarmat ICBM weighs 100 tons. For comparison, the U.S.-made LGM-30 Minuteman is 35 tons, with a range of 18,000 kilometers, or 11,184 miles. This allows it to carry 15 warheads. Look at this thing. It's freaking ridiculously massive, bruh. Look at this thing. So it says this allows it to carry 15 warheads up to 750 KT. The bomb U.S. dropped on Hiroshima was 15 KT. This would be enough to wipe out a country the size of France. It can also carry hypersonic missiles, rendering most missile defense systems ineffective. So super heavy intercontinental ballistic missile, or RS-28 Cermat. So him putting this on display or getting this ready or whatever is a message. And, like, I'm not playing with y'all. Like,
that's what we're meant to see.
yes, that's what it is. It's a message. He's saying, I'm not playing with y'all. Please don't do it. Please don't.
He even specifically made the picture down the barrel kind of threatening, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, I'm not pointing it in your face, but hey, see, I got a BFG. I got the big fucking gun.
Man, look how little the people look next to this thing. So, and it's intercontinental. It has a long ass range, 18,000 kilometers. So,
well, that's the range on ours. Depending upon the fuel capacity and all that, it may have more or less. Either way, it doesn't really need that much to get to us.
That's fucking scary, man. Yeah, that's fucking scary. So fucking like I say, this would be the perfect environment for a false flag event. And I don't want to make no damn predictions, but I absolutely would not be surprised.
Whipping your dick out.
Yeah, that's what it looks like too. It looks like a penis.
Up on the world, unzipped his pants and went, "Fuck with me."
Yes, my dick's bigger than yours.
And he's not doing it to threaten. He's just saying, "Dude, I'm Ron Jeremy, and you're not." Of course, the problem is now we have the reaction of our guys going to be, well, I guess ours needs to be a little bigger.
Yes, that's what they need. That's what they're probably doing right now. They're going home and taking some dick pills. Is this a long video? It's 9 seconds. Let's see this. Freak, I don't feel like reading. It says the first launchers of the Cermat complex with new heavy missile would take up combat duty.
Первые пусковые установки комплекса «Сармат» с новой тяжелой ракетой. Время.
Let's read a couple comments under the tweet comments. One, it says, Ukraine, it's not worth it. Another one says, oh no, interesting if true. How Russia says indivisibility of security. Another one, it says, Isaiah 54:16, behold, I have created the smith that bloweth the coals in the fire, and that bringeth forth an instrument for his work, and I have created the waster to destroy. Another comment, it says, this may force the Americans to stay home and look after their own citizens. Oh, shoot. Let me read another one. It says, can they try it on U.S. already? Those guys need reboot. What does he mean by that? Let me read another one. It says, I live right under one of the target areas. At least it'll be a quick death. Another comment, it says, how do you know where the target areas are? Good question. Another comment.
We are not a target area unless they are not wanting to take land. As long as they want to take land, we're okay. But if they don't want us to take land, they will bomb us. Because, well, we've got the ship harbor. We've got, river going north. We've got the main transit hub east-west with I-10. If you go up north, you got Dallas, which would be the next place that they need to get to, which they will probably bomb because it's a communication and military hub. But they'll need us for transit. They need us for the farmland around. And they're not going to blow up all those oil reserves that we have down in Texas City because that's the entire nation's oil reserve sitting there.
Mm.
They don't want to nuke us. They want to capture us because we have too much nice things.
Mm. Let me read this one. It says, but shouldn't they have already been operational at the end of 2022? Has it now become the end of 2023? Isn't that then it becomes the end of 2024 or the end of 2025, the end of 2050 or never? Buddy, I don't think you...
If we see them, that means they've been ready for a couple of years.
Yeah, so I think you should, speaking to this guy who's making this comment, I think you should, at the very least, approach this with caution. Another comment, it says, wow, Putin really compensating for something with that 100-ton missile. Maybe he's trying to make up for his insecurities about Russia's shrinking global influence. That's pretty funny, though, right there. This comment's a meme. It says, in the nuclear war, the true enemy is war itself. In a nuclear world, the true enemy is war itself. Let me read a little more. It says, not all nukes are made equal. This new missile is literally a super weapon that is unstoppable until the U.S. develops a way to intercept hypersonic missiles. It's currently in development. As of now, this can hit anywhere in the world from within Russia and is unstoppable. Wow. Another comment, it says, oh no, the looming threat of nuclear war. We've never faced that before. Whatever should we do? This person is, I don't see how you can say stuff like that.
No, I agree too. I see it a lot the same way. But I'm also looking at it, every time we've been closer to war than we've ever been, closer to war than we've ever been. I mean, we're either going to blow up or not. Oh no, what will we do? All this playing on with nothing that I can do about it, so they're either going to blow us the fuck up or not. I mean, I got to live my life. I got to go about my day. How does this ultimately in any way really affect me?
I guess nothing until it does.
Exactly. I mean, even I'm saying that. I mean, what can we do about this right now? Nothing.
Not a damn thing.
It's either going to happen or it's not. And nobody that has any hand in this is going to be held accountable until 20 years from now when they're about to die or until they need to be thrown on the political bonfire for clout.
Let me read this one. It says, nice to see Russians spending their money on this shit. I mean, there is no trade-off. If these things are going to get used, Russia won't survive. But that's something the old carrier system might have also accomplished, so waste of money. Hey, we're not going to survive either if we're on the other side of this freaking thing. So come on. Let me read this one. It says, you have never heard of the dead hand? You should Google it. I want to come back to that tomorrow. I'll try to remember that. Let's see. I'm going to copy it so I won't forget. I could just go back and look at the comments on this. It says, there's no winner if nuclear war starts. U.S. also has Ohio-class submarines carrying Trident II D5 ballistic missiles with 12,000 kilometer range that can vaporize any Russian city. Another comment, it says, Russian air defense is very capable. It's possible they could wage a unilateral nuclear war victoriously.
I don't agree that they could come out victorious in war, but I do have to agree their air defense is very, very good. And there is an actual question as to whether or not one-on-one they may be as good or better than we are.
Yeah, from that, this big dick he just showed, they have better equipment than we do. They have bigger dicks. They have at least one big dick. Let me read this one. It says, top climate scientists have stated that if the world is destroyed by nuclear war in as little as 5 years, it will end again due to climate changes. Another one, it says, if they have also developed massive 50 tons, 5 MOABs, conventional warheads that can be delivered hypersonically using this platform. Man. Anyways, I hate to end it on something so freaking scary, but a false flag event. What does this say? Hold on, y'all. What's his name?
And you will be at war with NATO. Senator Blumenthal and I want to put everybody in this body and this Congress on notice. So we're introducing a resolution today, since the Senate resolution that says that if Russia or Belarus or a proxy of Russia explodes a nuclear device inside of Ukraine to stop the counteroffensive or to try to break the will of the Ukrainian people, such an attack should be considered an attack on NATO itself. We're of the belief that a nuclear weapon unleashed in Ukraine would irradiate large portions of Europe where we have NATO allies. And our message is to those around Putin that if you do this, if you follow his order, if he ever gives it, you can expect a massive response from NATO and you will be at war with NATO. Senator Blumenthal and I want to put everybody in this body and this Congress on notice. So we're introducing
This is scary shit, like I say, and they're losing. So why would Russia do it? They're winning. You know what I mean? They wouldn't have no motivation to do this. You know, they're already winning. So but because the media is so slanted and we don't never get the truth, especially during war times. If, like you were saying, if there was any kind of explosion that happened in Ukraine, they're going to automatically say that it was Russia who did it, and it would trigger this. And I'm willing to bet that it would be a false flag because it wouldn't be Russia. They wouldn't have any motivation for it. Anyways, y'all, I gotta wrap it. Peace and love. Thank y'all for joining. Thank y'all for listening. I got to get out of here. All right, man. Peace.